Right. Alright, attempt number 2. Welcome everybody to what is possibly the first stream after truly completing our original second set of goals, I suppose. I mean, the first set of goals was just winning the game. The second goal was getting all 12 science packs running at 1800 SPM, which we currently have going, including the bite rack after the mild opening fiasco with those things. Not too bad. First time I legitimately made Prometheum signs. And I just checked the graph before the stream, 50 hours. If we look at the 50-hour science graph, we can see over the last 50 hours we have an average science production rate of 5904 per minute, which is exactly the 1800 signs per minute we are doing, multiplied by 2 for the biolabs, multiplied by 1.64 for the productivity modules in there, equals 5904. So I'm calling that a win. 5904 SPM for 50 hours. That's a good interval. In 1.5 hours time we are going to break that straight line as the first level of research productivity will complete. We will get 10% more productivity bonus additive to the speed modules, so I think science per minute should jump upward by 360 science per minute per level. So we should be going to 6264 SPM. And then with every additional level going forward, we will keep adding 360 SPM to the counter. I'm not sure we're going to actually research all those levels of productivity first. It does seem you get more bang for the buck resource wise by at least slotting in a couple levels of mining productivity first, since that's only 4 science packs and also gives you the 10% boost, though it at the other end of the spectrum, the resource patches. That's only really important if we feel we are limited by amount of resources, but we kind of are. Like for example on Fulgora we have 12 mines. This one started at 25, it's down to 22. We specifically located this base here so we could access 12 of those good scrap islands. So basically researching mining productivity will make sure it will take longer before we have to replace any of those patches by longer distance ones. Of course, research productivity just straight up multiplies the other end after the science has gone into the labs. We are getting the 10% extra added to it, just basically an extra. Every level is basically an extra standard quality Mark III productivity module added into your biolabs, basically. That's what it comes down to. Thanks Sheep for the 25 months as well. Here we are, 2 years of peak performance and cheesy strats, and thank you for the 2 years of subscriptions. When 1000 times that world does. I'm already kinda doing that, except I am the tool. I'm reloading so much that it might as well be a tool assisted speedrun. Except a human input limited tool assisted speedrun. Right, so then what are the goals for today? That's a good question. Everything is going. Our job now is to make sure everything keeps going. I think the first thing to fail is Vulcanus, since we have ignored that planet for the longest, and some of these tungsten patches which started at 3.4 million are now down to 300k. So there's like 10% of the ore left compared to how we started here as well. About 600k left. So once those start running dry completely, we are going to have a tungsten input problem. That's probably the first thing to fail, but there's probably more points of failures. Like we have like 2.5 times the biolabs now, because I was too lazy to make more rare ones just for the research productivity tech, which takes 120 seconds per science pack. So you need the extra biolabs only when you're researching this specific technology. It does mean we have 2.5 times the pollution of the biolabs. Those are the main polluters of the base. So we might get into biter trouble here as well. It doesn't really look like it just yet. So one thing we could do to counteract that is we've been doing these biter zoos things, where we basically spawn a biter. Hopefully it has enough time to be sent to an attack group, and then it gets lasered down. And that is absorbing a lot of pollution. We can actually just build those things now, because we've got those placeable biter spawners. We can just literally build them in our base, and we would be good. I did note a couple other things. Yeah, legendary is probably the... I think it makes sense to research a couple levels of research productivity and maybe mining productivity before going for the 10 million quality chain for legendary quality. But legendary quality, of course, also can unlock a big multiplier by itself. We can upgrade the modules in the labs to legendary, for instance. That gives us 36% extra productivity bonus additive on top of what we've got now, I think. These are 16% per module, the legendaries are 25. So yeah, that's basically worth... basically, if you just go for that, these 10 million science packs are basically worth like 4-ish levels of research productivity. Whereas the first 4 levels combined cost less than like 7-ish million. So it makes sense to research a couple levels of mining research productivity first, for sure. What is on my list? I made a list. Oh yeah, right, we're going to do solar panels on the Prometheum ship. I forgot, I promised to play Factorio like a normal person today. And placing solar panels on a ship definitely is something a normal person would do. Maybe the ship doesn't look as normal, but the solar panels definitely are. Let's ignore that the solar panels are put on the ship that is destined to fly out to the shattered planet where there is no solar power. 1%. But let's just ignore that a little bit. Placing solar panels on a spaceship is a normal thing to do. Right, we could place a biter spawner on Biter Island. So much for the normal player stuff. We had to get this achievement, keeping your hands clean, so we had to destroy 1 biter base with artillery. It was this one. It also took out the walls around it. We could just place back that biter spawner. Now we've got placeable biter spawners. And turn the former Spitter Island into a true Biter Island. I will have to get rid of all of these guys. We dropped 100 Biter eggs on the ground here at some point. Yeah, I'm not very good at this normal player stuff, am I? Look, this is normal. Tungsten mines on Vulcanus and general resource check. That sounds like something like we could do today. We still need to automate fusion power cells. And as well, probably we want to make a fusion power plant on Novis. These are just 2 temporary nuclear plants I stamped down to power mostly these rocket silos over here, since power was stretched very thin already. Still dipping down quite big. So fusion power on Novis would help with that. Yeah, the placeable biter zoos, the end game personal equipment. We are still running the fission reactors. We have fusion reactors unlocked now, I think. Let me just check that. Yeah, we have personal fusion reactors unlocked. So we could make those. We can make Mark II personal roboports. Which would definitely benefit this armor a lot. I think we even have the Mark III batteries available as well. The thing is, these armors work pretty much to a satisfactory degree, so I don't really feel the need to upgrade my equipment just yet. That's really weird. Mark I personal roboports in this quantity are just powerful enough to suit my end game needs at the moment. Oh yeah, and the last thing we probably want to do is we want to rebuild this ship. We basically want to add a new space platform and then just tear down this ship and rebuild it on the new space platform. Reason being, ships are serviced by rocket silos in the order they are built in, and I want my ship to be serviced last, since I'm just going to be sending it out to planets. I don't want to interrupt science production to gain access to and just basically interrupt the stuff for science per minute, which is happening right now. If I send this guy out to Fulgora, for instance, to load up on blue chips and low density structures, that means as soon as my ship arrives, the other ship, which is bringing rocket parts to Gleba, which sounds reasonably important, will get the task interrupted. So that is not good. If I build my ship in the last slot, it can just arrive and it will wait until this ship flies away before it starts being loaded with blue chips and whatnot. So that's definitely a good thing to do. Thanks Redshift J for the 2 years as well. Thanks for an awesome 2 years. Thank you for 2 years of subscriptions. Just want to say I very much enjoyed your Factoria the movie Biter Island Dead World. Did you comment on that as well? I saw a comment pass by on that video. It's a rare occurrence that comments drop in on the older videos. So thanks. Right, so I guess we're gonna get started then. There is no need to reload, I think. Let's just go with B. I think I did not use editor mode to set up the intro shot or whatever. And we definitely are no longer think to keep up with the research space now. It is the infinite technology era. It's not that we've got every tech in the game, but you know, we have Fast Inserter now. We finished researching Fast Inserter. I'm a little bit scared that researching Inserter Capacity Bonus 2 will break my base. So I'm holding off on that still. But do we need to get stack inserters anyway? That is unfortunate. Stack inserter by itself unlocks stacking on the belts already. That means I cannot unlock these powerful inserters without also unlocking belt stacking. These would still be useful without belt stacking, as their default hand size is 5. 5 plus 0, we've got 0 inserter stack upgrades, but they come with a hand size of 5 straight out of the box. So these are basically like 5 fast inserters in one. But they do allow belt stacking. We also should be ready for that. I think what we want to do is we want to just figure out some moment in time where we can maybe we should be working like in the midterm. We should be working on rebuilding the base for, I guess, legendary quality Mark III modules everywhere. So currently, for instance, Fulgora is designed around Mark III productivity modules in rare quality. So all of the amounts and speeds of production are like tailored to 1800 SPM with tier 3 rare modules. But for instance, planets which we did earlier, before we had access to tier 3 modules, those are still built around tier 2 rare modules, so 9% per module or 25% per module is going to make a huge difference. So that might warrant a rebuild. So we could already rebuild this, or just chuck more expensive productivity modules in here for the first part. I don't think we should be doing a rebuild right now around tier 3 modules and then another one around legendary quality. I think we should do it all at the same time. Stack inserters, inserter stack bonus, 4 high belt stacking, and legendary modules. And legendary beacons, I suppose. I think that will have to be one final rebuild if we're going to go through that. So we're going to stay at 1800 SPM. We can already work on designs on the side, but not put them into action yet until we actually are ready to implement it. Also, a lot of stuff will break in my current base because I've got a lot of these things which are only tailored around rare quality and not rare, epic, and legendary. So that will have to be... we'll have to just go over the entire base to make sure nothing breaks like that. If only there were bulk inserters. Bulk inserters are basically fast inserters at this stage. Bulk inserters come with a default hand size of 1. Actually, that's not true. No, it is true. If you research this technology, the bulk inserter gets a hand size of +1. It starts out at +0 and it goes to +1. Wait, does this seriously not have a hand size? No, that cannot be. Can that be? Okay, let's save that again. We'll editor mode that real quick. I think it should have hand size 2 when we research it, right? That would not make sense if it had a hand size of 0. If I place it right now, let's place a couple of them. Alright, sorry for the interruption. So let's see, if the hand size is 0, it should not pick up anything, but I think it will. We'll go 1 tick at a time. Alright, so all of these inserters have the same speed. The stack inserter is taking 5 items. The bulk inserter and the fast inserter just take 1. So let's go. Now they're on the way back. Let's now research bulk inserter. Bulk inserter is researched. I guess now we'll have a hand size of 2. Yeah, now we have hand size 1 + 1. Okay, so if we research bulk inserter, we basically got a fast inserter with hand size 2. And the fast inserter will keep hand size 1 at that point. Because the stack inserter now is hand size 6. Yeah, those benefit as well from every level. Wait, the stack inserter has hand size 6? That's interesting. I don't think the bulk inserter tech told us anything about that. Ah no, okay, bulk inserter includes stack inserter apparently. Alright, so it is indeed tooltips. I guess that should be in there or it wouldn't work anyway. Alright. Sidetrack number 1. Sidetrack number 1. Let's just start doing something. I think something will be putting the solar panels on here. I remember it should be 420. Yeah, 420. We'll have to make those. We didn't make rare solar panels before because they are so expensive. We have like 34. So, but now we can basically afford as many as we want. We don't have that much steel, but we do have that much steel on Fulgora still. It's just sitting in chests right here. We cannot really request it right now though. There is a rocket silo for it, I suppose. But on the other hand, we should have like... We have a space casino purely for rare iron plates, so I think I'm just gonna smelt some of this stuff into steel if we need it. So we need rare copper, rare steel and rare circuits. Let's go with 100 solar panels per chest here. I guess it's 150. Finally, I remember we can make those things in these things. So I will have the 50% bonus this time. It is so annoying to select the quality. We can just go max speed here because we don't need extra quality. I guess let's make... I do not have enough steel. So we're gonna need some good old electric furnaces, which I already have banned from my inventory apparently. Don't even have the good ones. Yeah, I'm gonna make this horrible. And since we got a space casino, I'm not even gonna bother putting quality modules in there, I think. Alright, that should do a bunch. Then we can multiply these chests. 150. Let's make 900 rare solar panels. That seems not too crazy. We got 67k rare copper still and 380k rare circuits or so. So I think we can afford to do that. Alright. More rare steel. Okay, the first two chests are complete. I think I'm just gonna drop my inventory and hand feed these. Oh god, my logistics was on. Right, once my ship is rebuilt, we can just send it to Fulgora to request steel. But for now, that doesn't really seem plausible, so we'll just do it like this. I cannot even keep up with the production rate like this. We have already produced more than the amount of solar panels we need, so we are good. We are good. Hand feeding in these machines is unreasonably effective. I spent all my rare steel. All my rare steel is gone. So I guess that's alright then. We're gonna call that a success. Let me also just trash all of the stuff the bots brought over. Something like that, I think. Alright, then we just need to launch 420 solar panels up. I guess that should do it. Okay, just to get a nice shot, we're gonna launch up 500 solar panels. $500 from Novis. So 420 rare solars for promo ship. Here we go. What's the endgame SPM goal? I don't know. The physical science pack amount will stay at 1800 SPM for quite a while, until all of the good stuff is unlocked. There comes the solar. Alright, I guess all of it is built now. So let's see how the power situation is now. We had a 110 megawatts of idle draw, mostly laser turrets. As well as the science production and the beacons. Those took the most power. So now and it does look like we have taken over the full power draw with solar panels, so that's good. This might spike up every now and then, but it doesn't look to be doing that for the time being. So that means during the 7 or 8 hours we'll be spending above Novis making Prometheum signs. We will not be spending fusion power cells as we've got the 420 rare solar panels to provide power for the idle laser turrets and the science production itself over here. So that's now running on solar panels. How's it going anyway? We already emptied out the first belt weaving stack in the last stream. Looks like we're almost down the second one. Then we've got the third one, fourth one, the fifth one to go on both sides, and then the sixth one is like merged together from the left and the right. So we're still a long way from completing signs. We have produced over 500,000 signs at this point, So yeah, 500,000 signs, and we haven't even emptied the second stack yet, so that's looking promising. Alright, so one task done. Heck yeah. I guess we should delete that. Just throw down the rest of the solar panels again. We needed the full 10 launches. Should I be pedantic and fill these stacks? I think I should. Four of those. 9 of those. Just to make nice even stacks again. We did a few small changes and 6 rare red inserters. That should get us up to the amounts we want again. Alright, we haven't even used a single durability on a single repair pack during the entire first flight, so that's promising as well. Now let's get the UPS counter in there again. We should be doing 60 UPS still, but you know, if we zoom out, that already drops a bit, and if the Prometheum ship is out, that drops even further. So we should start to slowly think about UPS optimizations as well, I suppose. So yeah, this is the default settings on, the continuation of that. In general, I'm doing the new Dead World opening on Fridays, and the OG 1000X default settings run, where we now are pushing into the post-end game on Sundays for the time being. Right, let's take this down again. Right, so we at least have a little bit of rare steel again. We also, if we go legendary stuff, we want a proper mall, I think. We need infinite legendaries of everything. And the Space Casino is going to be banned in Factorio 2.1. But there doesn't really seem to be a very plausible method of generating infinite legendary everything by using up resources, basically. Just takes too many resources. Asteroid reprocessing is just way ahead in generating infinite legendaries for everything. Not everything, but a lot of the stuff. That's how we've been getting over 600k rare iron already. Alright, one thing done. I'm gonna give myself a check mark in my notes, at least. I think that was enough normal player stuff. Let's go rebuild the biter spawner on Biter Island. We will have to take out these biters though, since they will attach to that nest, I'm pretty sure. And we cannot have that. How do I make one of those things again? I need a capture bot rocket, some uranium, and 10 biter eggs. Okay, we can easily steal those. Now we're just gonna steal him from here. 10 biter eggs. Oh, and the capture bot rocket. What about that? We should have those over here. Is that all? Looks to be all. It's actually 15 uranium. Alright, fine. Should have gone for quality. Oh well. Biter X spawner. Or biter spawner. We do need some walls. Because those were blown up. Let's grab a stack from here. We can try to... Yeah, we can try to not destroy the biters up there. And just see how it goes. The problem is if they reattach themselves to the biter base, some stuff can go wrong with that anti-expansion magic shenanigans we've been doing. If these biters connect to that biter base, an expansion here sometimes will cause these biters to activate this nest over here and have these biters expand way further than they usually would. Something like that. It's probably not exactly how it's definitely not exactly how it works, but it's close enough. I don't have any defense on me for these biters, so they will go crazy a little. I guess I can let the bots place the walls back. Biters won't mind that. I think we can also remotely place that biter spawner. I think the biters should immediately attack that. Should we wait for day? I think let's wait for day. Let's just take a quick look at around how the planets are doing when it's still dark on Novis. 16K quantum processors. Quantum processor production has been stable for over 10 hours. So that should build back up to over 80k before this ship gets back there again. How is rocket fuel? We used up a lot of rocket fuel by launching these. Look, last 50 hours, last 10 hours, we consumed a whole bunch of rocket fuel over here by launching up all the quantum processors. So we have to keep an eye on that. I don't know if rocket fuel production is up to the task. We can produce 48 per minute. And normally we use 220 per minute once per hour. But this will now happen once per 14 or 15 hours in addition to that. I guess there's nothing to do with keep an eye on it. I think we're actually limited by... Yeah, we are out of ammonia here. So that might warrant some productivity modules in here or something. With a speed beacon in between to add it back. We don't really need the efficiency modules. I think we have the power to do that. Alright, it's daytime. All of the biters have gathered in that corner now. They are actually despawning. So let's do this quickly. Place back biter island. Why they are not attacking it? Do they attack that? Let's just try to lure them. Ow, ow, ow. See if they attack the spawner. I think they should. Once they... But they are attacking a rock at least. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I can push him to the other side. Not really sure where they're trying to go. Let's see if they... But they are a circle. So what is this group doing then? I'm a little bit curious now. Debug info. Waiting. Stop gathering 700 ticks from now. Alright, let's see what happens when they stop gathering. Are they gonna attack? That. Alright. They... Oh, that might be bad. Now they want to attach themselves to this nest, but they can't. It's too far. Okay, so there might have been an expansion group actually. And they might have been trying to part... Okay, they're all despawning. I'm missing it. They are despawning. What's the most efficient way to get rid of biters? Just despawn them. There they go. Alright. I guess then this nest will automatically transform into a biter spawner. Once the food bar runs out. And it should be blocked again by our walls here. So I say biter island restored. And we didn't even have to kill the big biters here. They just... quantumed themselves out of existence there. I just appreciate the pizza slice splitter. Right, that's another thing off the list. It was not really a thing that needs to exist on any to-do list, but it's on there anyway. Alright, so looks like performance mostly slows down around this area, unsurprisingly. Yeah, I see now. I got some spoilage on the military science belt earlier. I see now it can happen. Somebody commented it could happen when... If there's an unlikely case where spoilage comes onto this belt, it will cascade out onto that military science belt. And it can reach the end of this belt over here. Okay, all belts. There is no more spoilage on there now though. I guess it can also happen to the end of this belt over here. Alright, no spoilage on there either. I refuse to change this though. It can be changed quite easily, but that would ruin the pictograms. But the problem is this won't flow further. I guess Technically we could do this and also add spoilage on here to prevent that from happening in the future. It's an annoying change, but that could potentially do it. Alright, so that problem should never happen again. Spoilage on this last little bit of belt is okay, I suppose. Alright. Save. So what shall we do next? Can I still postpone doing normal things? We got the biter spawner back on Biter Island. We could check the pollution situation a bit. Let's switch off the expansion chunks. If we look at pollution generation, this is the new biolab situation after we went for research productivity with the 2.5 times the biolabs thing. It was at 4.5k, it went up to 12k. It was temporarily a bit lower when we researched Spidertron that only used half of the biolabs. That is where the lower amount comes from. And the pollution cloud actually started to shrink around that time, and now it's just going up rapidly again. If we just look at the last minute, we got 12, 17, 17, 19 and a half, 21, 22, 23... say 23.5k pollution production. 23.5k. That is 11, 14.5. We got like 15k pollution absorption. So we are out producing 8,500 units of pollution per minute. Compared to what is currently being absorbed by terrain. We have 10 biter zoos, so this kind of indicates the biter zoos are reliably consuming about 5k pollution a minute. I think it was higher before. It kind of depends on which biters spawn. I guess maybe we can go with 6k. A single biter spawner absorbs 580 pollution a minute with the biter zoo mechanics we've got going on now. With that circle stuff, that is what's happening. He gets sent to an attack group, and that frees up 400 pollution to be absorbed in the biter base. So we could actually build the biter bases in our base itself. Not really sure where we would do that, but preferably somewhere safe. I mean, let's design something over here. Technically, this one we could combine that with the good old Biter Blocker 2000. We want the walls though. Let's grab the one with the walls. Alright. So we could build something like this. And if we then build it something like this and only let's just build it on a regular grid. We take these 4 pieces. And do something like that. Then each biter base can spawn a biter inside this wall. And we can literally place the laser turrets at the edge of the biter zoo here. and then have roboports automatically repair the damage, just like we're doing at the Biter Zeus, really. Is a little bit dangerous since we can do something else. So here, the 4 biters can either spawn independently, like one after the other, or they can all spawn at the same time. So that's not great. So what if we take into account that the preferred spawning spot of a biter base is this one over here? We can instead do something like this. What am I talking? We got placeable biter spawners. I bet we can lock them up now. Wait a second. We got placeable biter spawners now. Okay, this is gonna require some editor mode shenanigans. I saw this. Let's see, this is the biggest area we can make. There has to be a spawn spot available. So this is a spawn spot for this biter base, this for this one, for this one, for this one. So we could potentially go smaller still. Could potentially go smaller still. That could spawn biters inside. And all we need to do is basically this. Then delete this. Okay. It would be nicer if this was aligned properly. Although maybe this design has something. Let's grab some more walls so we can complete it. I think before we go deep into designing this, we should probably test it if it actually works. But my thinking is the biters will spawn inside and they won't be able to squeeze out. They will be trapped inside. They will still be sent to attack groups. I don't know. I don't think they'll indefinitely be trying to join the attack group. At some point they should detach again. So we can basically use the same concept, but instead we recycle the biters. This is a much more biter-friendly way of draining pollution, I think, than what we're doing right here. Don't give me that 30-second BS every time I want to showcase this. Okay, 5 seconds to spawn. 3, 2, 1, here we go. This was a big one. Give me a behemoth one now then, come on. Hello? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that stuff, circle. They will be trying to do that all the time, but they cannot go there. That's the idea. And at some point I hope that will break and the biters will survive and then just try to rejoin again. I think that should just indefinitely drain pollution from the nests. That's a pretty compact way to do it as well. So what if we go on the tree tile thing? So instead of making it as compact as possible, leave a little bit of space. That should make a nicer pattern, I think. That's not a nicer pattern. I think I prefer this one. This one we did already. Then the other option, that's a bit dangerous though. That's only a corner connection. I want to get the overlap, but I think this might not work. Let's just grab the correct blueprint. Okay, I don't think we can get the overlap like this. Oh, we have like fortified walls for the laser turrets. Oh, we don't need laser turrets even. Yeah, we don't need laser turrets here. If the biters cannot go between the nests. That's the question though, can the biters go between the nests? I think there's only one way to find out, and that is not by letting that happen in my actual base. Alright. So we have to go in editor mode. Pause time. Pause. Alright. So we'll place actual biter spawners. They are found here. There shouldn't be a difference, right? Okay, let's just first look at this one. I'll play time again. We'll delete the center walls. Alright. Okay, looks like they can get out. At least out of this one. Yeah, so there's the attack group circle. We're absorbing pollution like a maniac here now. Okay, biters are despawning as well. Alright, so the pollution does get spent, it seems. But the biters can get out. At least only the medium biters get out. If only the medium biters can get out, we do need laser turrets to just snipe the medium biters. Can these guys seriously not get out? No, the big biter also got out. Alright, back in editor mode then. Let's get rid of those for now. We'll try these guys. It does look like the medium biters can squeeze through. Doesn't look like the other ones can get through. I can get in. That's pretty dangerous. Hello? Nobody wants to bite me? What's going on? Nobody wants to bite me. Alright. So be it. Okay, it is working though. Okay, so medium biters can get out. But big and behemoths are too big to squeeze out. That's good, I think. So if this one works with one tile overlap, this one should definitely work as well. Alright, so these biters, they get called to join the attack group. At which point they detach from the nest. And then these biters are no longer attached to the nest, so we need to wait for new biters to spawn. But once those new biters do spawn, and they will spawn, because there are no biters attached to the nest will try to spawn new biters. This guy has the hardest time trying to stay in the attack group. They are transported away by the transport belts. Good luck, guys. Oh, he despawned. Can we... We can just despawn the attackers by just transporting them away from the attack group, apparently. How did these guys get out? Okay, they're spawning at the top location now. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. You're not fast enough, bro. This... I should stop. I should stop trying to break this game. Okay, well, but the thing we try to find out about before we get distracted by funny biter transport shenanigans, it does appear to be working. I do like this design because we can put the laser turrets in those 4 squares. Can we make a bigger one than 4? That's the question. So all my pollution generation basically happens in these chunks and in these chunks. If I had known that in advance, I would have better chunk aligned my biolabs. I had a Crastorio playthrough. There you simply have like air filters. You can build an air filter. Let's say this is an air filter. Basically in every chunk where you produce pollution, you place an air filter or more pollution. And that way pollution doesn't even generate enough to escape the chunk. And we played a Dead World Crastorio with 0 pollution, letting the biters migrate into the base actually. But they wouldn't form attack groups because we filtered out all the pollution right at the source chunk. Something similar here with these biter bases. It's interesting. These are not as reliable as air pollution filters though, because those just absorb pollution at a steady rate, just like everything produces pollution at a steady rate, whereas these absorb pollution in chunks when biters get sent out to attack groups and whatnot, I think. Alright, there are lots of things we are learning here. Actually, I could, with this design, the most compact one, we could actually just use the laser turrets themselves to block those square areas. We would have to set that to medium biters only, but ignore the rest of the targets. That should work. I bet you we don't even need to block the entire nest, to be honest. Okay, we're getting deep into the biter spawn mechanics now. First of all, let's load back the original save. We'll go in editor mode again without all the biters running around. Bitrate gone. Oh wait, 1 second. Back, bitrate gone. Goodbye stream. Are we still here or no? Yeah, the bitrate is playing up, I see. No idea. It shouldn't be happening. Let me see if it's my connection or if it is something Streamlabs is cooking up. I'm doing an upload test right now. While streaming. And in addition to streaming, the upload test is getting over 6 megabits a second still. The 6 megabits a second is the maximum upload rate, so I think it's something else is going on because the connection is really okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to complain about that. Alright, so currently I'm getting like 1 megabit a second, 70 kilobits a second. Okay, so let's go to, I can use this to complain. Let's retest the upload speed while streaming. This is my connection's upload speed, and Streamlabs is giving me only 1 megabit a second for some reason. It slowed down in the end, but this is still more than I need to stream. And this is in addition to streaming. The connection was shared between Streamlabs and this upload speed test. So let me make a note here, 1 hour 11 into the stream. I'm going to complain about that. I'm paying to use this program, so it should work. It should at least not be throttling my data, I feel, somehow. 1 hour 11 minute Streamlabs data throttle. Or maybe something else is going on which I don't understand, of course. But it does seem weird, while connection speed is good. Let me see if anyone in chat has any ideas about what's going on. Bitrate went down and the screen was grey. Hopefully not during that test, because I want to use that in the complaint email. Yeah, it does look like the connection speed is back up again at 6 megabits a second. Maybe... okay, there, no, it goes again. Why though? Nothing is being overly taxed, I think. It was fine during the test, alright. Now it's not fine again though, it's just randomly dropping to almost 0. Alright. In that case, let me just open a new world. Let's use the restart button, that comes in so handy all the time. And we'll just go in editor mode here. And hopefully on that, this background will have... we won't need the bitrate as much. That's the hopes and dreams. We should set evolution to 100%. I hope I have that in the... here we go. It's evolution at 100%. Alright. So let's use a laser turret. I guess we need some damage and speed on that if we're gonna shoot behemoth biters. I will only shoot the biters that spawn. Not the nest. Let's use legendary so they cover everything. Alright, so all of that is easily covered by the laser turrets. There is a fixed order where the biters try to spawn enemies. And it is this spot to begin with, on the top left corner. So it will spawn there basically every time. Let's speed up the game. All the biters spawn exactly there. Which means if we do that stuff with the square and the biter can spawn in the middle, it will. And we don't even need to block off the bottom of the nest because no biter can ever spawn there. The question is, can biters block other biters from spawning? So now one biter should spawn inside there. Alright. Oh yeah, okay. So biters, okay, no, we cannot do that. Because the biters can block each other from spawning, and then they'll use the second space, so that's not gonna go well. Okay, then this entire test is unnecessary. I wanted to determine the order in which those biters spawned, but if they can block each other from spawning, they can potentially spawn in the full 48 locations around the biter base. So we would still have to block them all. Alright, that's unfortunate. It would be cool to just not block them at all. Check the bitrate stuff. Is it still wobbly? Looks... I don't know how it looks. We have some random gaps in there. Alright, so I kinda still like this design because it's symmetric. Does probably take the most space though, if you compare it to this one. Takes one more tile in each direction to block off the biter bases. The biters do have the most space in this one though. Alright, so let's try that out. We'll set it to only medium biters. And since we're in editor mode... Are we? Are we not? Since we're in editor mode, we can enable global power network. And place the biter spawners. And delete this. The question is, can they attack? Okay, they can attack the laser turrets. The laser turrets are too close by. The behemoth biters have a range. 1.5. These laser turrets are too close by. I guess these walls are too close by as well. So maybe this is not very safe. Yeah, this guy attacked the wall. Can they get out? They can get out. Alright, so they can get out. They can squeeze themselves out of this formation over here, so we cannot use that one. So we'll have to use one of the rotationally symmetric ones. Okay, so this one is out. This one is fully rotationally symmetric. So I think we can... We actually could do a pattern. As such. At 16 bases. And fairly compact altogether. What is the center point here though? I'm pretty sure we can use a single laser turret to just snipe the mediums out of there. We can use one power line and one laser turret, something like that. To snipe the medium ones. That should be like a 1 or 2 shot. It's a 1 shot. 94 laser damage at this point. And only 1 in 8 spawns are mediums. Maybe we'll use 2 and 2 to complete the rotational symmetricness or something. It doesn't really look nice. Alright, let me try that again. It's not in the middle, is it? There's that rotational stuff coming back in. So what if the laser turret already was in there? Could I still do it? I rotate it here. I rotate it here. Only the laser turret gets rotated. Okay, so there is a center point. And it is this one. This is the center point. Okay, so then these 4 squares are... we could potentially do 4 laser turret with 1 power line in the middle then. Put the medium biter on there. It's a little bit safer. Use rare turrets as well. And that could absorb... How much pollution again? 500 and let's say 575 per biter base. I guess we could technically calculate it, but let's not go too far. This is from 10 bases. Now we have 16. That could absorb 9,000 pollution a minute in addition to the 6,000 we're already doing, which makes 15,000 pollution a minute, I think. That is still not enough. But of course, terrain can also do its work. We have terrain and trees doing about 8k. So if we have 16k and 8k is 24, yeah. And this was about 23.5, I remember. So yeah, I think if we just build this somewhere nearby, maybe just right here if it fits. It kinda does fit. One tile, there is one tile which doesn't fit. But I guess the biter spawner itself should be blocking that tile. What could go wrong having 16 active biter bases right next to the biolabs, the captive biter spawners and the other biolabs, and basically all the important parts of the base. I don't see what could go wrong there, so I think that is what we're gonna do. Am I in the actual save? Check if achievements are valid still. Yeah, achievements are valid, so we are in the actual base. Should be very careful to not get a single achievement anymore. Or we should get 8 more achievements, one of the two. We're gonna use this one. So before we actually are gonna use that one, biter zoo design. Let's actually make sure it works. Pause the game. All biter bases. Should I... No, we'll just use regular biter bases. I was thinking, should I use captive biter spawners? And let them deteriorate? The answer is probably yes, but I don't want to wait for that. Rare laser turrets. Power coming from somewhere outside, I suppose. Let's just play the game for a bit. We actually can leave editor mode as well. Should be opening the gates. Why are we not shooting the medium biter though? Okay, I did small biter. That immediately forms a pollution hole. Look at that. Immediately a pollution hole is opened up in the center of my base. That's pretty incredible. There's literally 2,400 pollution in the chunks right next to the chunks which are getting absolutely vacuumed. 2,300 and falling. Yeah, pretty soon that will absorb almost all of the pollution the base is generating, I think. Alright. This is working way better. This is working way better than the biter zoos actually. Because the biter zoos are limited to the spawn rate of the biters, mostly the behemoth biters. It takes 30 seconds to spawn one behemoth biter from one nest. It has a 30-second cooldown after that. Which means if the nest would only spawn behemoth biters, let's say it only spawns behemoth biters, it can spawn maximum 2 per minute and absorb 800 pollution a minute, but this seems to not really be affected by that problem too much. I think sometimes these idle biters which are not attached to any nest, they just get sent anyway again. Maybe they just reattach and immediately get sent or something, I don't know what's going on. Let's see the pollution absorption rate. That spiked very hard. It might be capped at 21k. Now there's just not enough pollution spreading on the nest, I think, anymore. All the pollution is vacuumed. This has already dropped from like 2400 to 1200. I think we're gonna go for that. Do we even need to... Do we even need a laser turret here? Let's switch off the laser turrets. Can the medium biters get out here? That is the question. Let's kill all units. That should make the biter spawners spawn new biters. Oh yeah, okay, the medium biters still can escape here. Okay. Okay, so the biter bases are adjacent over here. But the medium biters can just squeak through the center. Somehow the biters don't like to bite me here. I guess they'll all start to bite in one moment and then I'll die. It's gonna be a jump scare. Alright, something like that. Alright, I think we have our design then. We're gonna go for that one. Does seem 100% safe, trademark. What are we up to? We have just improved the biter zoo, which we're actually going to be building in the base this time. Fix this to be medium biter. So basically we need 16 more of these captive biter spawners, which we then are not going to feed bioflux. And pretty soon we should be vacuuming pollution. Yeah, there's 3000 pollution and 4000. 5000 pollution in every chunk over here. Spreading out all the way to who knows how far. That's all gonna disappear. Let's grab all of these walls. And then we're gonna make 16 biter spawners. I mean, I don't know if this is more humane or biter main. I mean, of course, this is... Let's go to the double one. This is not very biter friendly either. But at least you can say their suffering is short. Whereas in the new design, their suffering is not going to be physical, but more psychological, I suppose. But we technically shall never kill them. All of this is ever so slightly aligned in a way I don't really like. I guess we could do this. That's a straight line. That should be the power. 4 rare laser turrets and 16 biter spawners is on our shopping list. That's 160 biter eggs. Let's take those first because we are not scared. Exactly. 160 biter eggs. 240 of those uranium thingies. The captive bot rockets, I forgot again. 16. And some of that cold fluid stuff. Which is, yeah, probably running out. But we still have some barrels. So we're just gonna hand feed that. Put in the barrels. That's gonna make our 16 biter spawners. Do quality biters absorb more pollution? That's actually an interesting question. I guess we should check in the... Where do we see that? I guess we actually have to make one to see that. Behemoth biter consumes 400 pollution. It doesn't say anything about... There is no quality symbol behind that, so I'm gonna assume even quality biters absorb the standard 400 pollution. That is not gonna go up. And the last one. Alright, then the 4 rare laser turrets. Of course, we have only 3. And batteries. Right, the 4th one. So that's it then. That's the entirety of the build. And I don't think we were ever going to be using this space for anything else anyway, so that's nice. Now we just have to wait for these guys to convert back into actual biter spawners, and that is our pollution problem solved, I think. But do quality biters actually exist? I think they do. Think of a quality nest. Or do they? These spoil into biters. There's also no quality symbol behind here. But you can get quality biters somehow. Alright, I do want to know then. We can build that once more. Let's restart. So we can speed up time. Captive biter spawner. And let's grab a rare one. Or 2. Right, so there's 2 timers. We throw one on the ground. And the rare one. So I think this guy... These spawn into quality biters, but do they revert to quality biter bases? That's the second point. So now we just speed up time by a lot. I guess first these will deteriorate. I cannot say that word. Okay, so first this one goes. That will become a normal quality biter base. Obviously. Okay, let's pause time and delete that. Bye. See you later, alligator. Then we speed up this guy. Yeah, quality biters. Look at that. As a quality biter spawned from a quality biter spawner. They even attack for more damage. They have more health, more range. But it still consumes only 4 pollution to send a biter to an attack group. If that would scale as well, it would be 5.6 pollution. So no rounding errors there either. So that means... it also spawns more biters attached to a single nest. Look at that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7 or something. If you have a normal nest, that is less. I cannot get myself to play normal Factorio, can I? Ah no, okay. If there's maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Right, so now we just need to wait for these things to spoil. It's a little bit more harder to see. That should form a behemoth biter. And this one will probably form a quality behemoth biter. This one is almost out. Okay, I was a behemoth biter. He's there. 2 behemoth biters even. Okay, I guess one spoiled from my inventory as well. So I guess this one is gonna spoil into a uncommon behemoth biter. That was fast. Where is he? Okay, he's already over there. No? Yeah, this is an uncommon behemoth biter. 3900 HP. So that's gonna be a rare behemoth biter. Alright, there we got him. 144 damage. Okay, so we can get quality biter spawners, but quality biter spawners don't absorb more pollution to generate or send biters to attack groups. They only generate more dangerous biters then. So, good to know. Quality X will definitely spawn into quality biters as well. I don't think we even need to test that part. So then it probably won't be the case, right? That's usually how it goes. Oh, this then will for sure. No, it's not. That one is the exception. Do quality trees absorb more pollution? You guys just won't let me play regular Factorio. I'm blaming all of you. Okay, we'll build it yet another time. 3. We actually have to have a decent setup for that. So a restart button. I will never complain about the restart button again. I was wrong. Restart button is awesome. We already used it 3 times, at least this stream. Alright, so we then need... You thought that was going to be an easy question. We need the same terrain for everything. You know what, let's just use landfill. Landfill has 0... area. Okay, landfill is famously known for having 0 pollution absorption capacity, which means if there is pollution on there, then we need to make pollution on there. Okay, now we're making pollution. There are trees on there. Let's deconstruct everything except for that boiler. So now we got 0.0 pollution a minute. So let's just create some. Can only read the pollution. Okay, it actually stops when the... Okay, that's good enough. Alright, so we got a couple chunks where we can read something. The most important part is the 0.00 pollution a minute that gets absorbed. So if we put a single tree on there, and I'm going to try my best to not get sidetracked by other stuff. Can I just copy a single normal tree? Single tree. 0.06 a minute. So 3 does 0.06 a minute, 10 trees 0.6 a minute. Let's go legendary trees. Trees don't have quality. Trees just don't have quality. That's also 0.6. What if it's a tree farm? Maybe this needs to be researched. So we need the agricultural tower. I have used those so rarely that I don't even know. Okay, it produces spores, it doesn't produce pollution. So if we give this guy access to legendary tree seeds. Okay, we need soil. What kind of soil do we need for trees? Just grass? That's going to add a little bit. Okay, 0.01, it goes up to 0.07. So this tree is already absorbing 6 pollution a minute. Sorry, 0.06 pollution a minute. even though there's only one tree. So I guess we also should add a little bit of grass to a reference chunk. Now this also has 0.01. And then a single tree also brings it up to 0.07. So it doesn't seem like quality trees even exist. Unfortunately. See the tree grow up super fast, they grow up so fast. Don't harvest that when that's done. So there is no benefit. Pollution stays equal. Quality trees are not a thing. Alright. You never know if you don't check. But you sure spend a lot of time if you do check. There's always a trade-off. Hey, what is this kind of thing? I think I want to build it for the third time. They are not actually attacking. Right, we'll do the official opening ourselves, where we delete the center wall chunks. But what could possibly go wrong? We also got that superheated nuclear reactor, which can like make atomic explosions in your base if biters attack that, so yeah, not great. I think we actually want to keep on the pollution values for a little. Let's hide the map tags instead. So these are not absorbing pollution yet. They will start absorbing pollution as soon as they run out of food. How is the Biter Island guy doing? Biter Island nest restored and now is a proper Biter Island. No more Spitter Island. Now it's proper Biter Island. Homage to the first playthroughs on the channel. Alright. Kinda don't want to go anywhere now. These do absorb 1 pollution a minute. It does look like they only absorb 1 pollution a minute. No, they do absorb 1 pollution a minute, even when they are not being fed. We cannot really properly chunk align this. This is just the only space it will possibly fit. I think we'll open it up already. Eight walls, 8 walls. 8 walls. 8 walls. We do want to keep the debug information on. Finally some progress. In a save. Quality demolishers exist too. I don't think there's a way to actually spawn them though. You can shoot the spawners to make them revert. Alright, so we don't really need to wait then. I am a little bit... No, we're gonna just wait it out. We're just gonna wait it out. Okay, we have 2 minutes. 2 minutes we have. We did check Aquilo already last time. does appear to be going well. Fulgora should go uninterrupted as well. Omnium limited, these bells should be kind of full. They are. Gleba, as long as we don't touch Gleba, we should be good. Vulcanus is poor. Yeah, we should probably have to go to Vulcanus this stream still. Only thing that could go wrong is bioflux supply. I think we sufficiently fixed that already. Okay, more than a minute remaining. So, right, this ship is dropping the freshest bioflux and keeping the most spoiled bioflux, apparently. So there is a little bit of delay. It should all be alright. Of course it's gonna be night when this happens. 45 more seconds. I guess night is alright, we get the laser show if medium biters spawn at least. So we should get like a lot of biter lines to the nest and circles spawning all over the place. Okay, we're starting off with almost 5k. This is 5k pollution in the chunk, really. 5k pollution in the neighboring chunk to the south. Let's see how fast that gets vacuumed away. Okay, that is just the sound of those biter bases converting. Kills. We didn't get a single medium biter to spawn somehow. That's a little bit suspicious. There should be a 1 in 8 chance, and we have like 16 bases here. Alright, that is looking very promising. Let's look at the pollution situation, I suppose. It's already dropped to 3,500. From 5,000 down to 3,500. These chunks are just absorbing pollution like a maniac. I guess the initial nests absorbed 1,200 pollution each times 16. So yeah, that's a lot. No damage was dealt on any of the laser turrets just yet, so we haven't spawned a single medium biter. Are there a couple of walls missing? I don't think so. 1, 2. Oh, yeah, wait, there might be. Oh, there might be. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, there are a couple of walls missing. That's a very sharp eye. That's also pretty bad, because that means biters will be able to spawn there. It's a little bit late to move this. Technically we could move the entire thing 2 tiles more to the left or something. It is unfortunate that it's exactly where the corner is supposed to go, so we'll go around. We'll squiggle between. I was gonna say, no, of course that we are not missing any walls. How could you possibly think we could be missing any walls? But yeah, we were. That could have been fun for you. Okay, how's it going with the pollution? I think, yeah, we have reached 0. We do see the pollution hole forming. In this chunk at least. This has dropped from 5,000 to 2,500. It's gonna take the further away pollution a while to sufficiently spread into this as well, but I think that's going to... That's going to sufficiently get absorbed. It remains to be seen. I wonder if these will be more effective than... the biter zoos. Not because these biters detach from the nest. I don't know if it deducts pollution from the nest if detached biters get sent to an attack group. It might not. And if that doesn't happen, then we are limited to spawn rate again. So after the initial burst of biter spawner pollution absorption is complete, so yeah, it's like 6k. It's 6k from 10 nests as a maximum. So if it absorbs at the same rate, we should go up to... 26. Should go up to 15.6k per minute in total. So we'll see how that goes. Looks like we're going to be limited by how much pollution we can spread onto these nests. So all of these nests are working at the maximum rate. Since the pollution is just too high, we are producing more pollution than a single nest can absorb. But since here, all of these biter bases are close together, we probably are not using the full absorption capacity of these nests, at least after a while. It's building up again. It's going to require some more careful examination to see if detached biters actually spend pollution or sometimes or whatever is going on there, but I think for now that's not important. That should eventually bring back the size of the pollution cloud again. Yeah, we're sticking around 2.5k for the moment. Alright. Nothing could go wrong here, I think. I mean, this is entirely untested and developed and even like discovered on this stream, so there's no reason we shouldn't go to Vulcanus and just leave this behind. After doing like 3 half-ass tests in editor mode. What could possibly go wrong? We still have this space over for a giant bot mall. I don't think we need to like overdo it with the absorption. I think this is gonna shrink the cloud again after some time. So sure, Biter Zoo complete. I'm going to keep the debug information on because it's just so cool to see the circle stuff going on here. This is awesome. Alright, Biter Zoo initially success at least. New Biter Zoo. Initially at least, let's put a disclaimer there. It is good you thought about those walls, because this would have failed when we were away. And I would have not been able to figure out how the biters could have escaped from there. Okay, we have, okay, I was thinking we still didn't kill a biter. But this guy killed 3 medium biters. This guy as well. Alright, so we are spawning medium biters. There's nothing weird going on with that over there. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright. Nice. How much Prometheum science do we have stored? 367k. We have produced a total of 750 plus k at this point. Which means half of the asteroids should be gone-ish. Doesn't look like it. I think we can produce more than the science specs I took into account initially. Yeah, it was 1.5 million science from 1.6 million chunks, but we're doing the full 1.7 million, 1.74 million. Okay, so this red belt is empty already. That might explain why it's not catching up, so... And should I be doing this? I do want to prioritize the green belt. After that I think red and blue doesn't really matter, so let's just do the green belt then. That'll fill up this guy again. So we should be careful to not run around with stuff like personal laser defenses and whatnot. Because if I accidentally destroy one of these nests, that sets all those biters free, and new spawns can also escape the biter spawner imprisonment. This is a whole new level of locking up biters. Okay, we got a hole in the pollution cloud, hole in the ozone layer above Novis. We do seem to be consistently at about 20k. So at a first glance it appears that this is more effective in pollution absorbed per minute than the regular biter zoo, where we destroy the biters with the laser turrets. Of course, this method is available way earlier than this method, since you need captive biter spawners. The biters don't spawn in these formations, at least I've never seen that happen. Alright, so what's next? It is 14 minutes, lead seconds, to the first bump in research productivity. So what do we just want to continue on this path? It is an effective path, but it's also quite boring. I kind of think we do though. 1.2, 1.4, 1.7. I think we should get at least like 4 levels or something. 2.4, 2.9, yeah. Probably 4 levels we want at least. It's also a good stress test for the entire base since it involves all the science packs. So yeah, we're gonna keep going on with that. No bulk inserter, no stack inserter yet, though. The problem is if I interrupt the research, that is gonna give like buffers the time to fill up again and whatever. We shouldn't have buffers, but we do have some buffers because of the nature of transporting science over from planets to Novis. It cannot be continuous as it is with Novis only, like in Factoria 1.1. There's always gonna be some buffers. Most notably, I mean, it's bufferless. I say it's bufferless, but we are storing up 80,000 quantum processors here. Because we need 80,000 of them when the ship will eventually return. Which means, since we don't want, the ship can only be in one space at a time, so we need to buffer those up so we can launch them up when we're above Aquilo instead of live producing them all the time. There is no more true bufferless shenanigans, I think. Former captive biter spawners are not targeted by automatic weaponry. Okay, so should even be good with the personal laser defenses then, I suppose. There's little reason to use those. Alright, we'll just have to wait a long time for that pollution to eventually dissipate. We might try to... Technically, if I surround the base chunk by chunk with pollution absorption biter spawners, we could get rid of all pollution on the map except for the square inside the base. And we could get rid of the mining pollution by integrating... basically by just making sure all the mining drills are in a single chunk, the spawners in the single chunk with them. That pollution should then never leave the chunk as well. Let's see how are the resources doing. 12 million to 8 million, 16 to 12. Looks like we lost about 4 million from each main iron patch. Main copper goes from 10 to 5.6, 11 to 7, and about 4 million from every copper patch. We did get a couple infiltrations into our already cleared area. I think backup iron 1 is still not moving. We also have a backup copper. We don't really need to worry about Novis. I think it's time to... I'm thinking of reasons to stay on Novis, because I don't really want to leave this behind just yet. Let me check the notepad. I'm sure placeable biters used as a check. Ah, right, we can still rebuild my personal spaceship in the last slot. Wait, are there still blue chips on board? No. Alright. So we are no longer supplying blue chips. Okay, we are still. Those are almost out as well. My worry is we are not keeping up. Or are we? It does look like we are keeping up with production. Yellow science stats are in there as well, so it's a little bit hard to see. Sir decay. So I'm not entirely sure if my blue chip production here can also sustain these rocket silos. They were never calculated in the equation. So I did overproduce a little, but I don't remember how much exactly. So I want to be able to send out my ship to I want to be able to send out my personal ship and pick up some stuff from Fulgora, but I don't want to interrupt science production, so that means we need to rebuild it in the very last slot. So I'm gonna just drop my inventory completely. And then we're just gonna launch up a new the new bringer of Mike. Yeah, very creative. Mike Hendens. Who's in there then? New ship. I think it was the favorite part of the track, which I just now skipped. Bitrate issues again. I want to go stay summer over here, just to see what's going on a bit. So, that basically means I just want to transfer, that gives me a chance to redo the inventory on here as well. I just want to switch off these. Then I guess make a blueprint. Wait a second. We have that off, so that's alright. That should not automatically request stuff for the missing construction stuff, so I should be able to first of all just send down absolutely everything that's in here. Okay, we did go to Fulgora to pick up a bunch of steel, apparently. I forgot about that. But it's all in there. Alright. That's the hull empty. I should just pick it up all before this overflows. It's probably not going to overflow, but I think we need the running armor with the inventory extensions in there. Oh, I can just do this, alright. Good, that's all the stuff that was on board. We're gonna have to relaunch up some of that stuff. For now though, we will kind of sort it out a little bit. All belt shenanigans. Basic resources. The electric engines are a special case, those are for the rocket silos and whatnot. Rare stuff. I guess. Something like that. And then it's just machinery and beacons with modules. The fuel supply and some other odds and ends. Alright. So close to 260 SPM, 60 to 64. That's what we should get. The end of the 50-hour science graph is nigh. This is the moment where we got biolabs on the 250-hour scale. And we have been doing 5904 ever since. I think this pixel is gun turret. And perhaps electric mining drill. And this is the red-green starter base. The red ammo phase is visible in the 1000 graph. Then we went 1k SPM. As soon as we could, we went 2k SPM after coming back from Vulcanus, and after Biolabs 6k SPM. That's the entire story of the playthrough in a single line. What were we doing again? I was dismantling my ship. So that's basically minus. Alright, if this was just offline, I would just cancel that. But let's make a proper deconstruction planner which blacklists the cargo base. By ship. I'm not sure in which order it will get deconstructed. That's the entire ship gone and stored in here. Okay, the tiles, I guess we can use this one. There goes the ship. So stupid. We are basically deconstructing the entire ship, sending it back down to Novis, then we're gonna launch it back up, rebuild it in orbit of Novis again, but then it will have a different loading priority. That's all we're doing. It's a little bit expensive of a measure. So let's send down everything yet again. Alright. There comes the former bringer of Mike Hendons. Oh, there we go. Research with Prometheum. Goodbye, 69% on the achievement counter progress. Now we're at 70%. We are forced to get 7 more achievements. We should be able to do that. Like burning down some trees and... Okay, I looks like I reset... Research oil processing, we did that. I have reset achievements at some point apparently. Those we won't be able to get anymore. We didn't finish the game in 40 hours, unfortunately. Alright. Thanks, A-Name, for the £2. Congrats on yet another mega achievement. Thanks. So excited for the 1001 times science cost run. You gotta find the limits somewhere. I think we'll go passive provider chest. Put all of that stuff in there. And we'll see how much gets launched up. I should have a couple. Space platforms. Everything else. And then the stuff that was on board. I guess we'll re-evaluate what needs to be on board and what not. The bots are a little bit busy with the plastic stuff still. I think they're exactly done, so... We'll rename it to the Zbringer. That should move it to the bottom, so I can always find my spaceship, at least. I'm kind of tempted to just number them in order or something. That maybe would be better. It's kind of unclear, especially because the launch priority matters so much. I guess we're just first gonna launch up the floor. Oh, that means I'll have to make a blueprint with only the floor and the central hub. Like this, and that will launch up the space platforms, hopefully. So time to start building it then, or rebuilding rather. Okay, looks like we're not... Are we taking them from here? We're not taking them from here. Yeah, the bots are just taking it from storage. That's a little slightly annoying. Right, there comes that. Shouldn't take too long to build this platform out all the way. Since it's not that one tile wide rectangle like some of the ships are. Yeah, this one is getting built faster than we can supply it, for sure. Alright, that'll take like a couple minutes. Let's take a look at the pollution values. Okay, this has dropped down to 1800 now. I guess we could take a look at the level on the Ben the Fish pond. It's 2008, 2007, 2006. So yeah, the bio labs are still pushing out the same amount of pollution, but because these chunks also push, if this chunk spreads pollution in all four directions, what happens next is this chunk will spread the pollution also in all four directions, which means a quarter of the pollution gets sent back to the chunk it came from, which is then redistributed again. So while it doesn't directly suck pollution out of the air in this direction, it still indirectly does, because the pollution just gets pushed from every chunk in every direction eventually. So Ben the Fish chunk already 1989, 1988, so that'll go down quite a bit. But yeah, it's gonna take a long time to reach a low equilibrium. Well, I'm curious to see where this will end up. Will we clean the lake? Will we clean the lake and make a nice blue water for our fish to swim in? That's a good question. Can we see... We don't really see an effect out here just yet. It is too early for that. Oh, yeah, okay. I shouldn't walk through there. Fly through there. That could still end pretty badly. Alright. Science per minute. 6264 SPM from 5904. That's a... In the graph, that's a depressingly tiny jump for a 2 or 3 hour research project. Oh well. Another 3 hours and 45 minutes for the next 360 SPM increase. But we're going places, we're going places. I think it's maybe time to actually go places. How is it going? Okay, we have rebuilt most of it. Okay, all of the platforms are on the way, so we are about to place the actual blueprint, which should get the stuff launching. I don't think we're going to improve on the ship design, it's just going to stay the way it is. There are many improvements to be made, but I don't think we really need to. Alright, that's it. Oh yeah, we cannot copy that anymore. Okay, I hope I kept that blueprint. Did I... Can I control Z? Okay, we can control Z. No, that is undo the... Okay, wait. We might have to snatch the blueprint from an earlier save, but I can maybe control Z my way out of this. Alright. That was in time. Everything is restored. Everything gets requested. So hopefully we're taking some stuff at least. Annoyingly, they're gonna take stuff from my painstakingly hand-organized chests instead of... Well, that's because this stuff is in the steel chest, is it not? No, my stuff is in here actually. Yeah, so all of the stuff is available, the bots are just ignoring it. And I mistakenly took all that inventory for no reason. Alright. We're taking at least some stuff. I missed all the building now. That is slightly annoying. Do we need a solar panel to start this off? I don't think so. We can just manually put the fuel in there to start heating things up. So in fact, let's launch up some nuclear fuel first. And so much for automatically sending everything back up. What was that? Oh. Thanks Johnny Rook for the 1000 bits. Welcome. I really thought something went wrong because we just built this weird new variant of the biter. So why is that blue circle moving towards and attacking my base? That was weird. Holy moly. It is basically an advanced version of the laser biter zoo. Pretty cool. Alright, so we were kind of planning to automatically have this ship completely rebuilt, but unfortunately that doesn't turn out to be the case. We can just manually insert this in here though. At least one fuel cell. So we're starting to heat up the grid. Alright, that means it is hijacking time. I suppose we just grab everything. We'll try to restock these chests. If more than a stack disappeared, which it hasn't. Okay, it's probably just easier to just launch up everything. Guess all the laser turrets. Looks like we have enough of those. I'll just start with all the tiny bits. This all was on board, so we'll just launch it back up. Not those. Oh, there are some solar panels on board. And I guess the nuclear plant will be happy to see some of those asteroid collectors. Okay, let's quickly give the rocket silos back to the bots because the plastic ships are arriving. That should build everything once all of it arrives. Yeah, the problem is that the idle draw of the laser turrets is taking all the power from the solar panels, so we'll have to temporarily deconstruct all the turrets, which should get the ship going. And I can just control Z them back into existence once the nuclear plant is up and running. Okay. So far so good. So this should all be zeros now. Okay, everything is 0. So then we have too much of certain stuff. I'll just send that back down. Everything that is not in this list will be sent down. Fuel cells will stay up there. And then we can activate or reactivate this. Hopefully that will launch up everything else. Ow. I'm no longer safe in my own base. Oh god. Yeah, I forgot about that part of the bug. Okay, let's switch that off then. We can switch on the nuclear supply, that'll go right at least. Yeah, but ship inventory resupplying stuff is still pretty quirky. Or maybe I just don't understand it. Could be the case as well. Just want to make full stacks now, so 10 more repair kits, 10 more space platforms, 4 more laser turrets. Something else. We got those, we got those, we got the walls, these, the laser darts are coming, inserters. Okay, I think that is the full set done. So we just need to launch it. And that is the entire ship rebuilt. With an empty inventory, except for the repair kit. The fuel beacon options. Speed 3, we have these in there. Speed 2s and speed 1s. That basically determines the speed the ship is flying at. Oh, did I? Settings to rocket silos. That is dangerous. Ooh, that is dangerous. I wanted to control Z the lasers back into existence. I'm do settings to storage chest. Passive provider chest. Okay, I think we're getting there. Here's the laser turrets. Of course we don't have the laser turrets because I just sent them down to Novis. Well, such is life. Nuclear power is operational though. Steam buffer tanks are not full, but yeah, we will outproduce that. I hope. Alright, so that is done. I need to send up 14 more laser turrets before we start sending them up one at a time again. And then I should be able to flick this on without anything happening. The laser turrets are on the way. I miscounted, but that should be the rest of it, I hope. And the ship is back into normal operational order. Alright, that took more time than I thought it would. Let's check pollution absorption rate. Is it stable at 20k still? No, it has dropped down to 16.5. We predicted it would be 15,600. If they would be equally as effective as these. It looks like they roughly are equally as effective then, despite the method being vastly different. Yeah, rockets are cheap. Rockets to build stuff are cheap. Rockets to send signs are the same 1000 times cost compared to the actual science production. So yeah, the base building is 1000 times cheaper, but the only part of the base building that's not actually 1000 times cheaper is the rocket launch cost. And thus the rocket part ingredients. All of those have to be scaled up by a factor of 1000 as well, at least for the science packs. Since we are basically launching one science pack equivalent per rocket. One science pack per rocket is launched. Equivalent to default settings, so it still costs a full rocket to send that one science pack. So we need 1000 rockets to come back to the default setting stuff. But hey, at least we only need one rocket silo and not 1000. Alright, ship is rebuilt. And I now restock my neatly organized chests somehow. These red undergrounds as well. Okay, that one is restored. We need the red splitters. I got those myself. A stack of all of the inserters. I use this to see if ships have taken damage over time, so it's kinda important, quote unquote, for as far as this can be so important. Pipe spec, walls. Okay, yeah, so we have lost some walls. Repair packs should go in there. Laser turrets. A 100, alright. Railguns. Asteroid collectors, power poles. Alright. I guess then it is time to decide what should go back on board. I guess we are rich in terms of green belts now, so we don't really need to take blue belts anymore. Kinda makes sense to take undergrounds. And we could take both green and some green, some blue belts. It's mostly greens though, which are important. We have so many chests, it's just not funny. We could use those as a base for quality logistics chests, so let's launch them up as well. Splitters, inserters, some power lines, not logistics bots, I don't know where those came from. Let me just put those aside. Refined concrete, I happen to have 100 left over. I guess we'll launch that back up. I don't have any regular quality of that left over. Mining drills 100. Foundries of every quality. A stack. Recyclers of every quality 1 stack. We don't have rare recyclers. 2 stacks then. A stack of assemblers. Replenish that. EM plants. 2010. Guess we have the extra stack because we have only 10 rare ones. Beacons. Modules. 5 lines of each type. We got tier 3 speeds and we got tier 3 productivities now. A lot of them. So those should probably go in there. We don't have that many tier 3 speeds in overproduction, so we'll just do the 1 stack. Regular iron, regular copper, really. Every planet is set up now. Except Gleba, I suppose. That one doesn't deal with iron and copper. It looks like I already sent all the rare iron. Iron and copper are the base resources. The steel, I brought it over specifically for Novis, so let's at least fill that back up. We'll launch 2k back up to the spaceship. Green chips, red chips. Blue chips, I think we should also get some regular blue chips on board again. And electric engines to make rocket silos on site together with the blue chips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's pretty decent. Alright. So let's go through this. Is there anything else that we could possibly want to have on board? Cliff explosives. Not convinced. Yes, roboports. Rare roboports would be better. We can make those from iron, steel and gears, but I think we'll just send up a couple. Stack of rare raiders on board could be good. I think it is time to maybe send logistics bots on board as well. I know you could do bot frames. Maybe we should do bot frames instead. We have rare bot frames. I think it's time to go rare. Okay, we'll do a line of rare bot frames. We can combine that with the chips we have on board to make either bot, but I guess let's go for another line of bot frames in that case. I think we'll just send up like some logistics bots. We might set up some logistics network on some planet. So let's just send up the bots. I don't think I want pump jacks or foundries on board. Coal seems a little bit weird to send up. We're not gonna bother with that. That's already more than I really want. I think we're gonna... I can try setting some requests for the higher amounts. Like logistics bots, chests, the stuff that launches individually. mining drills. Let's do that as a start. That's 20 launches for the logistics bots. And a rare chest. There goes the bots. That will automatically get done. Each tier 2 type module times 250. This is not the most interesting stuff. I do want it on board though once I start flying around. So we have to kind of do it. Okay, that's the modules. There goes the second load of bots. So now we can already try to see my ship. My ship should get deprioritized. So as soon as a different ship is gonna request stuff, that one should get deprioritized. And I think it's time then for this one to go. I think the rest is pretty easy to launch up by hand and would be terribly annoying to set up in request, so I guess... Oh wait, those go per 5. I forgot about that. Yeah, so be it. Right, I'm hijacking the silos, at least 8 of them. Oh yeah, the belts as well. Oh. Not hijacking the silos. Belts, 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 belts. Especially these ones, they go per half stack. Oh, they're gonna of course take the from the wrong chests again, I'm pretty sure of it. Okay, that's the belts. Yeah, they're taking from the... Of course they're taking from those chests. There. Now we can take from the bottom chest there. I think we are not sending out the blue chips fast enough here. To reach the last rocket silos. No! That was the wrong ship. I want to at least send the bulky stuff up manually so it gets more easy to see. What I still need to send up. It's like 1 launch per set, so it's pretty acceptable to send those. Plastic ship is here. I think we can afford to delay the plastics a little. We'll do the blue chips, at least the regular blue chips per request, since those cannot be control inserted. I just need a single stack myself then. Again, the wrong ship. I'm an expert at sending stuff to the wrong ship. Let's wait until that drops back down. Okay, we can also do the robot frames. I thought they would stack higher. There's 1,000 robot frames. Prometheum ship now accidentally has got some stuff on board it shouldn't have. Like these things. $15K, $15K. What else did I send up? I think I sent up blue chips accidentally, really. Ah, quality blue chips. Alright, so those should drop down as well. We'll have to pick those up. Alright. It's a little bit nerve-wracking that I'm no longer safe in my own base here. I think that's all the... Now we just have the annoying stuff left. Wait, do I only have 2 stacks of inserters? I think that's because I was poor. Okay, we can... The bots are gonna rip those from the wrong chests as well. So then I'll have to restore those again. Rocket launching fun. $62. can give him 100 beacons. Automatically launch up. But yeah, the plastic ship is taking priority at the moment. That's good. At least that's working. The plastic ship takes priority over loading my own ship. That was the entire intent. Alright, 2040, 2020, 2020. Probably should have made air hoverboards. We're almost done now. The thing is, those go only up per 5. That's too much. Cryoplans. Uncommon cryoplans backup from Novis. Yes, it's not super easy to set up these filters for all the specifics. Foundries, yes, common ones, but from Novis. Then we need first uncommon, or we cannot select the foundry from Novis, because if we select the foundry first, then it's conflicting. I think that is all of this machinery here. Okay, recyclers go per 10. I thought they went per 20. So we'll add 2 stacks of common recyclers from Novis. Alright. Then all we got left is the raiders. And I think the asteroid collectors are already on board as part of the repair kit. They are. So these are supposed to go in here. We still launched up 1 stack of blue belts too many, apparently. Or to the wrong ship. All of this should get launched up automatically. Okay, the stack of blue belts is in the chest over there. Normality restored. Give me back my stuff. Automatic launches for all silos, which are now idle. 19k chips left. Alright, so that makes sure the rockets will continue continuously a bit better. How's it going with the pollution? Cloud still looks about similar. That's because as soon as there's like 150 pollution in a chunk, it is just deep red, and we had surpassed that 150 by a factor of 30 earlier on. 1200 pollution here, 1700 here. The bend the fish chunk had 2000. It's down to 1689 and falling. Yeah, so we're looking at like a 5-hour time scale to actually see a difference in the cloud, but the total amount of pollution on the map definitely is falling. There might be, maybe not, but there might be a point where no, okay, we don't have the point that the pollution further out is higher than the pollution near the center. I don't know if that will form, but probably not. Holy smolies. 1 million Prometheum science packs already made right now. That's insane. We have been going for 4.5 hours and we made 1 million Prometheum science packs at the rate of about 3600 a minute. 3687 a minute. Of course, that's above Novis. It's still 1800 SPM if you also count the flight time and reloading quantum processors on Aquilo. At that point, there will be 0 SPM. It should average out to 1800 SPM. And because the flight takes so... I almost stood on those biters. Because the flight takes so long, we have this buffer chest system over here. Which should be able to hold 500,000 signs. Sorry, 1.5 million signs. A full load of the ship. Okay, we got another breach in the that's not the anti-expansion system. But yeah, that is the color of chunks that is selected these days. 0.182, and that was the highest chunk in the random selection of 30 chunks. I think they're gonna eat through some more pipes. That's alright. This area is still fine. So yeah, 188. The chunks in my anti-expansion wall are below 0.01. So we should still be good for a while before an expansion actually tries to settle in my walls. They're in my walls. Is chat on stream disabled? It shouldn't be. Is it disabled? No, it's on the... It gets projected on there. Alright. Is it already time to do something productive? See if it, yeah, it's not only my chat that gets through. Okay, good to see. I don't want to like jinx anything, but why haven't I had any trouble with those Biterex and this Biter Zoo stuff? That is suspicious. Yeah, I still don't feel comfortable leaving, really. I mean, at some point my ship is gonna depart again. This one, to farm more Prometheum chunks. Look at that. We already have emptied 3 full stacks of belts. And we're eating through the 4th one. The 5th one is left to go. And then the 6th middle one will drain twice as fast. should leave as soon as we have less than 10k chunks. How does this work again? So we're gonna leave if we have less than 10k chunks on the belt. Currently there's still over 600,000 asteroids on the belt. We have already eaten up more than 1 million. So once that happens, we are gonna fly. And once that happens, I also will have to refill the fusion power cells manually. And I will have to manually reset the recipes to get the biter eggs out of there. And those will then be thrown off the ship. These will throw any other remaining biter eggs off the ship as soon as we are not in orbit above Novis. These biter eggs will get thrown off the ship. We have tested that system earlier by throwing Prometheum signs off the ship for I don't know how many hours. But since there's only one inserter, the damage overall was not too bad. That was a little bit sad. I hadn't set these filters correctly, so we were just throwing Prometheum signs overboard. Alright, so that gets rid of all the biter eggs, and then we're just flying out to load new chunks until we've got 850k. Then we turn around on the way back, it fills up to 1.7 million-ish. And refill quantum processors on Aquilo, come back to Novis, launch our biter eggs again, and replacement parts for Aquilo. That is like 1/4 of my entire stock, and it has to be launched up. So what I really want to do, if I'm not using my ship, I want to... let's delete these now. All of this has been sent up. Okay, not all of it had been sent up yet. I was a bit premature. It's okay, only some robot frames are left. Oh, we don't have a full stack on the planet. Alright, that's good then. All of this is on board. We still have plenty of space to load up other stuff. Let's delete this then. So that is my ship complete, finally. Alright. Rebuild my ship in last slot is done. Suspiciously, all of the weird stuff on my list gets done, and all of the actual playing Factorio stuff on my list doesn't get done, like making more tungsten mines on Vulcanus. It might not be today that is gonna happen. Somehow. Make a biter island on Vulcanus. Problem is the biters despawn as soon as I get close, do they? They didn't despawn when I got close, they despawned. How did they despawn again? They did despawn when I got close. On the second time I got close, the first time they didn't. They tried to join some group and then they despawned. Something like that. Maybe some expansion group. I didn't really check what actually was going on behind the scenes there. Alright, time to pick up the inventory. Right. Okay, we are producing more steam than we're eating, even with the idle laser turrets above Novis, so that's good. Another thing we could do is doing end game equipment, but I'm even looking less forward to that than going to Vulcanus to build tungsten mines. Superconductors, processing units, and personal roboports. We need a lot more straight up rare personal roboports for that, but we could do that. These house how many bots? Rare ones do house 40 bots, so 200 bots for 5 roboports. How many do I fit? I cannot count. It's 18. That would be way too many bots. 720 bots, that is too many. I feel 400 bots would be already pretty crazy. That's just 10 roboports. Is there any benefit to upgrading then? What do I really want to do? I go from 4 charging slots to 6 charging slots, but I will lose roboports. So my bots will charge slower, I think. Now I got 18 by 16 bots. So I got 300 bots almost under my control. If I go for like 10 Mark IIs, I will have 400 bots under my control. But currently I recharge at 5.6 megawatts against 9.6. So basically 96 megawatts of recharge from 5 Roboport Mark II. And now I got 5.6 times 18. Sorry, 1.8. Okay, so it's about the same recharge capacity, so I guess it kind of does make sense. I can recharge the bots at 100 megawatts right now. It will be 96 with 10 of these. Can I just make all of them Mark II Roboport? My construction area is going to grow so large. $30 by $30, $40 by $40. So 1600 against 900. I know, I don't see the benefit to upgrade. Legs cannot be upgraded. I could upgrade the batteries, but I haven't had any battery issues anymore. And I would need to make a lot more. And these already power up the entire system fast enough in general, I think. Maybe we can make fusion reactors at least. That should not be too complicated. Question? We need the rare fusion cells. Okay, that's annoying. You know what? It's too annoying to upgrade to endgame equipment. We'll do that in the legendary stage. We'll get the legendary armor and then legendary equipment. I don't think I want to go through like 2 hours of collecting and making the stuff to upgrade to tier 2 roboports. Well, it's not really beneficial at all. At least it doesn't feel like it's beneficial at the moment. Alright. So, yet again, I'm gonna put a big fat X on the end game equipment. And that means the only two things on my list now are fusion power cell automation, because we need that after we fly this ship out another 6 times. Then we'll run out of the pre-made fuel stash we made. And automating tungsten mines. I guess building a new reactor on Novis, we could do that as well, since we're gonna have to automate fuel cells. I guess we can automate fuel cells on Aquilo and then just launch them up from Aquilo when we are launching quantum processors as well. I just fly to Aquilo and also import fuel cells. We still got almost 1200 on board, so we are good. How's it going with the power since we added the solar panels? So yeah, this was during flight, gigawatts of power. This is around Novis. It was 100 something megawatts of idle, so we put the solar panels in. And now the solar panels are doing all the idle. So that saves us... Well, it saves us this part, which is under this part of the graph. It doesn't save us this part, obviously. That's the Shattered Planet flight. Not insignificant changes, savings, I think, if you consider this graph would have continued to go out. It does look like we're fully covering the power, Joe. We haven't used a single watt of fusion power in over an hour, so that looks very good. 420 does the trick. Will you make a mega cut out of the series? Yes. It's going to be a 2-part mega cut because of YouTube's maximum video length stuff. I did see people upload longer videos than 11 hours 55 minutes, but I cannot do that. So maybe I should find out how to, what you need to do that. Maybe you just need an older account than mine even. We will have power issues on Fulgora and Aquilo. Fulgora... have about... I think the views of longer videos are artificially inflated a bit because YouTube counts a view every time you watch a section of the video. So if it's a long video and you watch it in like 7 different sittings because it's 3 hours long or something, it counts like 7 views. Of course, not everybody watches the entire video, but the view count does get inflated a little bit. Okay, so I'm not really sure what to do next. I think we go to Aquilo. Let's take my own ship to Aquilo and we'll automate fuel cells. Let's see what we need to automate fuel cells. We need to check the rocket fuel as well. I guess we need to... It is so hard to judge that. Yes, these tanks are continuously empty now. What do we need it for again? It goes into here. That's going fast enough. to create new fluoroketone. We need to make solid fuel also for fluoroketone. And we needed to make rocket fuel. And that is currently the bottleneck. I am not prioritizing the sciencey stuff here. Really sure what to make of that. I think we're gonna put some productivity in the stuff that... I mean, we hardly use any solid fuel for this, but we're gonna put some productivity in this and put a beacon in the middle, I think. To speed it back up, we are gonna have that power available. But to make the fuel cells, we got a temporary setup over here. Okay, that's all. Do I really need to automate it if I got 2000 fuel cells in stock? I guess I do. We need holmium and lithium. So I guess we also will just steal that. Fuel cell production is going to be so insignificant per minute, speaking per minute, that we definitely can just steal that. So we can just build that here. I guess we should have cryogenic plants left over here. I'm just thinking, should we take anything to Aquilo to be able to build that? I think we still should have enough random garbage laying around, and we just painstakingly loaded our entire ship. So I'm just gonna hope that that actually did something. Don't... No bots, bad bots. Leave me alone, bots. That's balanced. I don't think I'll even need my running armor. So I'm gonna leave that one behind as well. And the bots. That means I should be able to just fly. Yeah, sure. After implementing this on-stream designed, untested wider expansion stuff, let's not fly to Vulcanus. No, let's fly to Aquilo on my laser-only ship where I need to fly slowly. So if something goes wrong, at least my entire base will be destroyed before I'm back. Hey Zolaboy, thanks for the 26 months. We made a new biter zoo. And now I'm just gonna leave it behind, and I have no bot network and whatever set up, because of course I don't. Alright. At least we'll get to listen to the space track a bit. Okay, so we got the speed beacons in there, so we should shoot out of the gate towards Aquilo. What are we waiting for? Fuel? Don't have any fuel, because why? Disabled by control behavior. Right. It was the safeguard. If we are not flying, we are not producing fuel, that is so that the fuel doesn't fill up the entire tanks on Aquilo. For the Aquilo ship, we have that weird condition. Only if the speed is higher than 10 kilometers a second those things are producing fuel, so they shut off on Aquilo. So we don't get slingshotted back into a dense formation of big asteroids, which we cannot destroy. So that's the reason my ship hasn't been making any fuel at all. I think we should have enough fuel to leave without building up then, but that's fine. This is producing much faster thanks to the speed beacons. So I don't think we lost that much. Then we can actually check if this asteroid buffer is plentiful. It does look like it. Yeah, we will definitely need to slow down the ship though when we enter the Aquilo sphere. Yeah, what's going on? In short, we finished the game. And now we're doing dangerously untested designs with new types of biter zoo mechanics to absorb pollution. And instead of like babysitting it, we're going to Aquilo, so we are definitely out of range when the metaphorical S hits the F. We're just hoping for the best, really. I haven't even checked if how it's going with all the stuff. I think we should, it is time to slow down. We take the speed modules out of the beacon. Before, yeah, those guys come too close by in high numbers. Alright. I'm gonna just take a quick little break while we fly to Aquilo. It's a good moment for me. It's gonna take like a minute or 3, 4, 5 or so to reach Aquilo. So enjoy the laser show. The most silent space flights in Factorio. And I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I'm back. Looks like the Hector versus Aquilo song is up. The one with the voices. It's actually a variable music track, it's not a fully pre-recorded one. That's pretty interesting. Right, so what did we come to do? Something chew bubblegum. We are supposed to automate these things. I have an inventory that's over here. So I don't think we need to do a lot of sinking here. We basically need... Oh hey Mr. Mahanu, thanks for the 25 months, man. I missed it exactly when I was out. Sure. Let's just put something down. So we need holmium plates, lithium plates, and even more ammonia. We already have ammonia trouble. Not really that it prevents us from making signs. But we should be a little bit careful, so perhaps we first want to productivity module our stuff over here. So potentially that just means putting 2 speed beacons in the middle. Shouldn't do too much for power overall. So let's first see how much are we making right now. 0.21 rocket fuel a second times 6. These things are absorbing 60 ammonia per second each. I guess we kind of want the same level of productivity on everything. Since both of these absorb ammonia, I probably just want to change to productivity on all of these guys. Alright, now this absorbs ammonia faster than it did before, which is kinda bad. Well, if we do one speed module, now it's 55. It produces more and absorbs less, that's the idea. If we can keep the absorption roughly the same, there we go. 63 ammonia is absorbed here, 62 is absorbed here, except for producing more solid fuel per second. So that's good. That means we have space for an efficiency module in the beacon as well, just to cut down power costs slightly again. Won't do too much, but it will do a little bit. The problem is this one is going to be affected twice. So this one is going to be a little bit faster. I guess it makes sense to put productivity 3 in this guy then. Okay, now it's down to 67. Okay, so that's roughly the same rate as we were absorbing ammonia before. We're making more rocket fuel though. We're making... we were making 0.21 a second. And absorbing 2.11 fuel cubes. I guess we want to just absorb the new amount. 5.28 divided by 2. So these are slightly too slow now. I guess we'll take it anyway. Alright. And these two are affected by more beacons. So let's do that. Oh wait, this is ice cubes. We don't care about ice cubes. Or do we? These absorb 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, at least 60 water a second. I think there was some speed in here as well. 62.7 is not enough. All of these are going at maximum rate. I guess we'll just go full. Alright. So that will not lower the amount of ammonia we absorb here, but it will produce a lot more rocket fuel out of that. Hopefully filling those chests back up in some time. I guess since... no, I don't want to switch off rocket fuel production. It's an essential part as well of launching rockets with science packs. So we're just gonna hope that it does the trick. Are these chests at least filling up again? Kinda looks like it. Kinda looks like it, that these chests are filling up. On average. Alright. Then we just gotta send the ammonia pipeline down to this guy as well. We might just be able to... I mean, yeah, we can put this guy in this area as well, perhaps. All we need to do is make sure that one of the groups of rockets can launch up fuel cells. I guess it's gotta be these ones. So we want to build this guy somewhere in this territory instead. That makes it easy because the boat is very close by here. So all we need to do then is... I think literally just grab it off the belt with as slow inserter as possible. And we do need the heat pipes again. So maybe this thing can be here somewhere. And then we can just grab lithium like this. We also can just grab it's kind of annoying. I don't want to make a gap in the heat pipe if I can avoid it. So this goes here. We're already putting it on this belt to make quantum processors. I think we can maybe do something with that. Okay, that one's frozen. We don't really need that one, do we? Okay, that's not possible. Or is it? It is possible. Alright, so put the lithium plates there. Then we put the lithium plates in the machine here. We literally straight up grab chromium off here, for which we can connect the heat pipe as such. And all that we need to do then is connect the ammonia somehow. The closest ammonia pipe is over here. I think we're just gonna go all the way around. Guess it kind of makes sense. We can even go through the belt just to save on what's it called? Heat pipes going around the outside yet again. Out of pipes. Okay, that makes it. That makes it. Now we just need to heat up these pipes, and fuel cells are automated. It's that easy. I think we just want max productivity on that. Don't think we're gonna go Mark III. Let's just borrow these, I suppose. We could pretend that takes a lot of energy, right? 8 megawatts. We can put a single beacon there, perhaps. We also need to output the fuel cell somehow. So we need an output. But we can literally output just in like storage chests for the fuel cells. And that should be good enough. We're gonna go through here. Yeah, let's just put them like straight at the edge of the belt, I suppose. That has to be done. Does it? Nope, it doesn't. One storage chest should be enough, I think, so we don't need to go fancy. Oh no, we need to bring the heat pipes through here still. Do I do that here? That's annoying. Yeah, that's annoying. Alright. Heat pipes go through here. And not through. It's both not great. It's both not great, but that's how it is. I'll just connect that then. Maybe that looks a little bit better. We can have like four chests instead. Oh, there we go. We're already making them. 0.06 per second. That is... I'm sure that is plenty fast enough. And then we'll just... they go 2000 in a chest. Only if there's less than 2000 we'll put new ones in there. And we have 8000 fuel cells in backup. This machine takes up no resources at all at the moment. We do have space for a beacon now. Maybe right here. So we can either efficiency it. Or just speed it back up slightly. It's already plus 11% crafting speed. 22 ammonia per second. Okay, that's way less than the rocket fuel is doing. So I don't think we should be scared of overproducing. And that makes the fuel cells available to the logistics bots. It kind of feels... No, no. This should be slow. I should not be drawing excess holmium and lithium off of the belt if I can avoid it. Now it's 5 megawatts. Now it's 9 megawatts. So I guess a beacon or two pays back for itself. Three megawatts. I think this type of super slow fusion power cell creation is exactly what we need, really. And multiplied by 60, that is still like 3.6 per minute. 40 gigajoules of fuel value. Uh, 40 gigajoules of fuel value. So that is 666 megawatts of power. If we also incorporate that a fusion power plant has at least 2 neighbor bonuses, if not more. That's 2 gigawatts of power. So 2 gigawatts of fusion fuel cell production. I think that's enough. Point 22, 1.05. You know, we really don't want to go over too much. 0.2 a second. I think we'll keep it something like this. Alright, so that should be alright. That is fuel cells automated. So now we just gotta automate them back to Novis. Fusion cells automated. How are we gonna bring them back to Novis? Well, there's two ships that fly between Novis and the Aquilo Explorer flies every... There's one problem though. If I build a fusion power plant on Novis, one of the ships will need to fly. So my ships probably will stop flying if I'm not doing Prometheum science. We will not be flying. I guess we could still fly, just the belts would be full. So we would not go to the shattered planet. We will go to the solar system edge though, so... Or will we? No, I guess we skip to Aquilo immediately if we go before the condition is met. Okay, so... I think we're gonna load these cells on this ship. Each stack per 50. Let's get 2,000 of those cells on board. Because I also want to drop them to Novis. So I'm not really sure how I should do that. Should I also just... I want to have 600 cells on board for the ship itself at all times from Novis. If I do this, it shouldn't drop more than... It should keep 600 for itself, right? That's what I'm hoping at least. Alright, so now the next time this ship drops by Aquilo, we will be requesting fuel cells as well. We will also though depart. We will depart as soon as we got the quantum processor. So what will be launched first? Fuel cells or quantum processors? I guess we just add those to the mix as well. Yeah, the big ship will cause UPS drop when it's flying out there, for sure. Alright, so we will have to wait like 10 hours before the ship finally makes it back to Aquilo, but you know, hopefully it works when it does. That means I am free to drop fuel cells to Novis. We can actually test that right now. So if I request fuel cells, how many do I have on board, just in case I mess up? So I want to keep 600. I also want to request them down to Novis. I have currently got on board 1200, let's say. So if I request 800 down to Novis, it should receive about 600 and the last 200 should not be dropped. That's what I'm hoping. I'm not sure it works like that. I wouldn't even bet my money on it that it works like that, but we're gonna try right now. This one. Okay, it looks like something is not working like something. Okay, we are not dropping the fuel cells. If I flick this off, will it drop the fuel cells immediately? But then what, all of them or what? But that is not automatable then. I guess we gotta do it on the Aquilo Explorer then, in that case. Alright, let me save here before I mess anything up too much. So flick this off. Will these drop? Alright. So I guess we're keeping them because there's no upper limit on these things. Thing is, if I make an upper limit, it will just force drop the fuel cells every time, even if they are not needed. So that doesn't help either. Alright, so now they fall. Okay, that is bad. Because all of the 800 got ejected. The problem is I can set an upper limit on this, like between 100 and 200. But then it already will just force drop these. No? Will it not? Okay, that doesn't save. Yeah, it force drops the rest of the fuel cells. That is not what we want. Alright. You can set a minimum on the request, so it doesn't drop below that. Minimum. And I don't think I understand it. This will just move stuff into the trash. This already is a minimum. I think we're just gonna go the Aquilo ship route. Because that one doesn't have anything to do. This ship will fly as anyway. Yeah, this ship is already set up to fly anyway because it does stuff for Gleba, if I'm not mistaken. Separate import from Aquilo and then order from Novis. Yeah, that's what I have right now, no? That's what I have right now. We are importing 2K from Aquilo. And we are importing quote-unquote 600 from Novis. But since we are importing those, let's put a high upper maximum on it. It still does not drop the fuel cell, so I either force drop them regardless of rocket of landing pad request, or I cannot drop them, it seems to me. We're just gonna go the other way. It might be solvable, but I don't want to spend more time on it right now. So we're just gonna go... This guy just loads them. Do we have space on board on this ship? Yeah, I think we should have some space. We can just... This is for Novis. This ship flies every half hour or every hour. I think once per hour or so. If science is fully loaded. So we just want to import the fuel cells as well. Is Novis requesting more than it already has? Novis doesn't have any. Wait, what? Was it working already? Let's go back then. How did those get in there? On the way 0, logistics storage 1178. Yeah, but that's on the ship, right? Okay, so how did that get in there then? Because now it's certainly not in there. It got in there as soon as I... Yeah, now it got dropped. Now it got dropped. Alright. That's the mystery solved. So we do have to do it on the Aquilo ship. Alright, so... Novis, let's stop requesting that for now. I will delete it off the Prometheum ship. No wait, we do need to keep that on the Prometheum ship actually. We will still bring them on board as well, since the ship runs on fusion power. This should then prevent them from dropping to Novis at all. Apparently, that's how it works. And then the Aquilo Explorer is actually going to request those fuel cells for Novis. So here, this ship doesn't run on fusion power, it will fly back to Novis. And then the landing pad will request those fuel cells only, I suppose. I'm not sure if that's how it works or how it's supposed to work, but it looks like that is how it's gonna be. Alright, I still want to build fusion power on Novis though, so I am going to drop... Wait, I think we still have some sitting around in chests as well. No, we don't. Well, we're here now. I mean... I don't want to launch up too much. Yeah. This is a one-time big launch then, but so be it. Not right now though. Let's just launch 500 fuel cells up. Here. Both requests on Prometheum ship are for Aquilo now, okay. This launches up to my ship. Okay, I think I changed that already. Reactors of different quality don't count for neighbor bonus, okay. What does slowly die on Vulcanus? Do I want to make a big reactor? I don't even know. I don't think I have the stuff to make a reactor. Does it require Vulcan? Oh, sorry. Aquilo only stuff? I forgot already. We need Vulcan stuff and regular quantum processors. We do need to make them on Aquilo. So yeah, I should have probably paid a little bit more attention to that. Looks like we're gonna fly around then. A little bit. And then fly back to Aquilo yet again. How is the Aquilo ship? Yeah, no, we need to come back here to craft them. There is no other way, I think. Alright, I guess we are gonna prepare to leave as well then. I was too late, alright. The easiest solution is just to keep to add definitive nuclear on Novis. But the prestige option, of course, is to build the let's go Fulgora first, because it takes a different route to go to Fulgora than to go to Vulcanus. Oh boy. This is gonna go poorly. And we did get the slingshot effect. Yeah, we might have slowed down just in time. Or not. Okay, that's just like a couple corner walls. Alright, we're back to normal speed, so that's good. I guess these things, I forgot to flick them back on. So we did produce fuel while in Aquilo orbit, so we got slingshotted into those big rocks there. That was the entire point of that condition there. Alright, we're gonna try to fly a little faster at least. I don't think the power draw of the laser turrets works like I think I do. I counted the 4 megawatts per laser turret. Like we got 105 laser turrets over here. That should be 105 times 3.86. I guess 3.884, including the idle draw, let's be precise. 407 megawatts. Why not provide that? We got 42 steam turbines, or doing 9.31 megawatts each. Yeah, 931. Okay, that actually is slightly less than 407, but were all laser turrets firing then? That's the question. Of course, the rest of the ship also has some power draw. But that's fairly insignificant compared to the laser turrets. My thinking was that steam buffer should be able to provide that extra power for like half a minute or so to keep all laser turrets firing continuously. But it did look like the laser turrets slowed down a lot. Don't really know what to do about that one. I think we can just request. Okay, we got those things now. That's a one-time request. I think we can just request the superconductors from Fulgora, to be honest. That should work automatically. Don't know how many we need. They launch up per 1000. Okay, that's not too bad. A 200 per reactor and 100 per generator. So I guess we gotta puzzle something together. 3 core is nice, I think. That should be 900 megawatts. I do want to keep the original, yeah, we do want to keep the original power plant running. Okay, Fulgora is launching those things. Let's see then. Okay, the original biter zoos are now able to start forming holes in the pollution cloud again in most places. So that means we are definitely soaking in that pollution cloud now. Still looking approximately the same, I think. It hasn't really shrunk just yet. Maybe it has shrunk a little bit. But here pollution drops to 0 again as well. Only on the most nearby biter base it's still in the 200s. Then the fish lake has dropped from over 2000 all the way to below 1000. Adjacent to the biter zoos we have dropped from 5000 to 400. That's pretty insane. That means the amount of pollution that is going to drop on there is now going to be, yeah, it's going down. So this was with maximum pollution spread, and now we're just having the whatever pollution manages to spread on there is being spent. So we are capped by biter bases, and now we're capped by the spreading of pollution. So I guess that's good. You know what, let's just keep launching some more, and then we'll depart for Vulcanus if we don't figure this out in time. Alright, so normally one of these needs 2 of these generators. Don't need to worry about the design just yet. So if all of these have neighbor bonus times 2, we need 6 of these per generator, which means we need 18 in total and 3 reactors. So 600 plus 1800, 2400. We're requesting 6k. I guess let's do request the 6k and then we'll go off to Vulcanus. It's the same requirement, right? 100, 100. Quantum processors, I guess we'll just steal those from from the chest there. Alright, and we'll leave our Vulcanus as soon as that is loaded. Or before. Okay. So another ship is here. The Aquilo Explorer is here, so that one gets now prioritized. That is exactly why we rebuilt this ship in the last slot. We are no longer interfering with science. Right, 4,000 it is. We'll also request 4,000 tungsten plates. Although those will not be automatically launched, I don't think. Because we don't have logistics network here. So I'll manually collect those. Tungsten is still not completely out. And we still have back pressure on the bells. We can now definitely in the inner solar system afford to max speed. Okay, I guess we have a little bit of time to maybe work on the design. Do I need to? Do I need to make a new design? We can just rip the design from the spaceship. That's a 6-core design. So we cannot rip the design from the spaceship. Alright. So in order to get neighbor bonus on all of them, what if we just I think the design is gonna take too long to get done quickly. Probably something like that, and then just line these things up. I know they try to force interesting designs. This just happens to fit nicely though. Oh wait, that's not symmetric. That's 8. Can we just repeat that? Uh, 16. We could do this for 18, but that looks dumb. I'm not sure this will work just yet. But we'll worry about that later. Let's just put it outside of bot range. Biter probably can still exist though. I don't think Biter are the thing. The thing is something with speed running and it's supposedly being easier to block off the biter bases. To get that hands clean achievement. Or something. I didn't exactly follow it. Alright, so we need... What are these used for? Other? Just for fusion reactors. I still don't really want to do the quality stuff, so we'll just grab... Why is this idle? Oh boy. Something is very wrong. That's why we still got tungsten back pressure, perhaps. Oh, the military science. Nothing is wrong. We're just plainly and completely out of military science. Forgot about that part. That's the only science pack we didn't build up to 1800 SPM. Yet, at least. Alright, so when did that happen? Well, you know, I got my 50-hour graph. I think I'm happy with that. Now we're just gonna step up anyway. It did already happen like 48 minutes ago. That is pretty bad. It can mess things up like the Gleben signs. Science production will continue. We'll just trash the rest. That is fine, I suppose. The ship, though, will have partially spoiled signs on board. Forgot about the military stuff. That was probably the best thing that could have been wrong. That means something is not actually wrong. It also means I should have gone for mining productivity before research productivity too. Oh, that's painful. Don't really see any tech I really would want right now. Could go scrap recycling productivity. What about laser damage? We do want laser damage. That requires military science, so that cannot be. Health, finishing health requires military science. Okay, mining productivity, I suppose. If I can find it. So between every level, I suppose we'll plop one mining productivity. That goes up way faster though. 1.4, 1.7. How far along are we here? This is 2 million. Let's slot it in like this then. That should shoot science per minute back up. It doesn't require Gleben science though, so we probably should switch that off. Alright. I can do this, right? Throw out the science packs from the silos again. And this ship is also bringing bioflux for the biter spawners. It needs to keep doing that. I guess the Novis requirement, it shouldn't stay until science is empty then. It just should stay for the moment it takes to drop all the science packs. And then on Gleba we should wait. It just takes a single launch to get the 10k in there. Sometimes these simple conditions are the best ones. We'll wait for 30 seconds there, we'll wait for 30 seconds on Novis. I think that should be good enough. And Novis will keep requesting the science packs, so those will just empty out, and we'll keep flying to load the Fireflux. I think that should work. Yeah, brief overcompensation. And now we're back to... I guess we're still back to more science per minute. It takes way longer for the science to stabilize because all of these belts need to empty out as well, and these labs. This is annoying though, it doesn't allow me to measure the military science stuff correctly. Milli science caused problems. So that's not great. Right, now we got distracted from what we were supposed to do. We just grab 6,000 tungsten plates and launch them up. I guess purple science will still be producing. $250 per launch. We can use these as well, which we used for the belts earlier. Okay, 4 more. These are back to normal. I guess I only requested 4k. Alright, that should do it, and we can be out of here again. Someday in the distant future, we'll automate stuff here. Right? At least it delays my tungsten mining problem even further. Aquilo flipper. So all the science is out of the silos, or will get out of the silos in due time, I suppose. And we're gonna head off. What happened to Blue Inserter research? We rewarded ourselves by researching it. After we got Prometheum science fully working. Right, and then we can finally go back to, let's go back through Fulgora. We can hopefully get those last. Those last 2 stacks of, what's it called? Quantum processors. All of this is gonna stop again. Okay, let's check if this actually works. So this plasma stuff needs to go into the next one. That works. We only need to look if we can actually draw all of the fluids out of there with the pipes. That might be an issue here with this design. I think the idea is that they made it so that you cannot build a super regular design with the stuff, so we'll have to see how that works. Let's first put a pipe on all of those things, because this is copyable. So for simplicity, let's cut it off. If we can get this to work, we can get the rest to work. I guess we'll have to pretend that those pipes are in here as well. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, no, we need something specific for this reactor. We are not generalizing. Okay, I want to spend time to come up with a cool pipe pattern. Which we can do because we are going to be flying to... Okay, 2000 are on the way, so I can save the... Can I? They're being launched, right? Okay, now they're being launched. So go out to Aquilo. Slow down the ship. It is possible, I just want something symmetric. It's not possible to make something symmetric though. I'm gonna have to do something like this perhaps. which is fine, I suppose. If you have no heart. That is just, it pains me, man. It pains me. Can I at least fake that it's symmetric? Fake symmetry. We got fake symmetry here, alright? So all of this is connected. Then it just needs to connect to that, but that shouldn't be too hard. Here we can actually make it symmetric. And that is copyable. It's not the prettiest design so far, but these are connected. These are connected. I think that should be good then. And then for the last two, I suppose, we'll simply hook up the edges. Wait, we still have these guys as well. That's not too bad. Weird diagonal chain. Quite upset to learn 90% of nuclear power plant design is plumbing. I guess this does the trick. Oh wait, these are not connected. Those can go through the middle. Alright, full pipe shenanigans it is then. We'll make it shitty. Oh, from this point we can then maybe make it less sick. And just go back to regular stuff. There goes an asteroid collector. Because I really shouldn't put speed modules in there when I'm flying out. But oh well. It's only a rare one. Alright, then we need that cooling stuff to make the stuff cool again. There goes some more asteroid collectors. Okay, we haven't arrived just yet. Was that two? No, only one asteroid collector was lost. Alright. That's not too bad then. Still having power outages. Alright, 6k of those things. Oh, I cannot force drop those. We don't have... I need to do that very carefully. So let's drop ourselves first. How is Glabber? Oh, we gotta be careful to not crash into those ships coming in. Alright, so at least the tungsten chunks. We are trashing unrequested, so let's try this anyway. It looks like we have a limited amount of drop time. Okay. Hopefully... Okay, let's stop. Oh god. Let's stop requesting those, I was gonna say. So hopefully we can request some of the stuff from our own ship. Like these things. Lack of foresight means I have 0 cargo base on this thing, so I can only receive 3 things at the same time. Okay, now we're receiving him. A little bit tricky. I think we can use these chests to temporarily store it, or we will soon be overflowing here. $2K, $3K. $4K. These things should be much more compact, so that's good, at least. That's 6K. Now we should receive those, but those will be requested by the bots as well, so we should be pretty quick to pick those up. Alright, that's all the supplies we brought over, so let's flick that on again. We'll also deposit whatever other stuff got yeeted out of there. So like this, back to trash unrequested. That should keep itself in balance now, I hope. Alright. I guess it's hand feeding time again. This time we do need quantum processors, so I gotta steal those. I want to make 3 reactors only. Let's go and pick up the other stuff. We needed, wait, that's a different ratio. 3 of these, 750. And then 18 of these, that's 900. So 1650, I think. Okay, 1650 is not a huge amount compared to the 36k we have at the moment. Hopefully that is not gonna cause trouble. Yeah, 2.0 definitely made nuclear reactors easier. By a lot. Alright, so basically just one is 3 fusion reactors. This time we will not make the mistake of waiting until we crafted everything. Oh, that makes 2. That's 6. 7, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Oh, yeah, that's how easy it is. And I guess this just means we have some backups left to make our next set of fusion reactors. And those launch per 5. So I'll launch 3 myself. And then the rest will come automatically. Oh wait, we can actually use the bots here. Because that will automatically get loaded. Right. So the Aquilo Explorer has picked up 1200 fuel cells now. And after it reaches Novis, we should be dropping those, right? Because the Aquilo Explorer does allow unloading on Novis. So we should be good. That is automatic. On the way 5, alright. Alright, that's in. Back to Novis we go. This time the fuel makers were disabled while we were stationary at Novis. So we are not crashing with 200 kilometers a second headfirst into a wall of big asteroids. That should go a lot better. I'm gonna keep the speed modules in since now we're fighting against gravity in the densest part of the asteroids. Yeah, we should be fine then. Alright. Pretty good, pretty good. I still managed to keep myself from having to go to Vulcanus and do the thing with the, what's it called? The tungsten. This thing needs a cooling plant. So one of those things. These eat 4 fluids a second at maximum space. That's 12. I guess that's exactly the right module configuration then, since we got 2 of those over here. 12.5. Alright, so that's good. Alternatively, we can just do 2 of them for symmetry without any modules, which might make more sense. They could be just located like straight up here. I kind of don't like that. Actually, this fluid still needs to get connected as well. I think we're gonna just do it like that. Do I want to connect both sides? I might. It should be connected anyway through there. But I feel like it's better if the pipes are connected. So that should do it then. It's a little bit of a weird design, but sure, I suppose. Of course, we do need let's use the substations. For once. Ah wait, these guys actually need fuel cell insertion. Which means probably a requester chest. We don't need we don't have spent fuel cells, so that's all right. Of course, that's out of range of the rare substation. I'll plop another one at the end. That looks not nice. More zigzagging pipes. Symmetry achieved. And we just need to place that in range of, I suppose, this Roboport network. Oh, I still have the pollution on. 200 pollution. Next to here. Lake is down to 800. And now I believe we can definitely see the dense red part has kind of faded already. It was really dense red in a big circle earlier on. I think the pollution cloud itself is actually retreating. Yeah, already these chunks are not receiving enough new pollution to spread it further. So I think the pollution cloud is retreating now. Pretty good. We can actually see the size of the pollution cloud by filtering just for terrain. The amount of tiles that are absorbing pollution is the size of your pollution cloud. So, normal situation, researching Spidertron at half the labs, research productivity with double the labs, and then we install the biter zoos and it's like we're on a steep downward trajectory here in terms of the pollution cloud size. Nice. We have taken the Gleben route this time. We're dropping to Novis as soon as we arrive. And we will be arriving quite soon because we can max speed. We'll also drop the fusion plant. That's basically it. That's what we went out to do, just to get these things. The fuel cells should be arriving as soon as we got the... I will go to Vulcans as well. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but we got some fuel cells to work with, I think. Yeah, we took some on our own spaceship. What am I talking about? So we'll drop those down immediately. And then we'll just have a place to find a place to actually build this thing. Kind of, I don't know what it looks like. It looks like something. Fighters have mostly calmed down. The cooling fluid. Yeah, we still should have some in barrels. How I understand, you just need a tiny little bit. Squidward. Alright. If you rotate it, it will look like a light bulb. Favorite challenge so far? I think it's this one, the 1000x science cost. It's always the last one, right? Okay, we can have the light bulb orientation. We'll do the light bulb orientation. Alright. Fuel cells. I'm gonna grab those as well. Where are they? You cannot hide them from me. How's it going with the bioflux? Still around the same freshness, so that's good. How's it going with science in general? We are on the last column before the merged one. So that's pretty cool. Amount of asteroids down to 186k and falling rapidly. At 4k a minute. So about 40 minutes, less than 40 minutes or so. No, about 40 minutes and it will fly out again. I'm gonna need my inventory. We need 3 rare substations. I don't think I mass produced any of those. So we're gonna have to... Those are too expensive. Copper cable, steel and red chips, they are not that expensive anymore. Alright, 3. I refuse to automate them until I'm actually ready to do so. We need a ton of pipes for sure and 2 cryogenic plants, or rare cryogenic plants. There's going to be 2 regular ones, so we might need some modules in there. Right. And then a bunch of pipes. I guess more than 5. Literally, this entire playthrough hinges together on the usage of pipes, and I got 5 pipes in my buffer chest 600 hours into the game. It is time for a mall. I do have the undergrounds though. Cooling fluid. Yes. Some barrels will be in my inventory. Let's just grab it all. There should be enough pipes. Alright. I shouldn't have grabbed those, I suppose. What is the shape of my roboport networks? Okay, I think I need to sneak one into this corner here if I want to be able to supply the light bulb. So compact. And it should do 900 megawatts, a similar amount to the nuclear plant we've got going on somewhere over here. Yeah, the light bulb, we can fit 4 light bulbs just in the steam engine section. So quite a bit more compact. This is probably the mall area. Where are we going to place the highly dangerous fusion reactor? It can fit between the Johnnies. It's not very light bulby if we orient it that way though. It does fit, however. Okay. Alright, that means we want to request the cells to here. So basically, these should be in here. And the bots will bring them over here. And then one of these inserters will put them in there. But only if we have less than, I don't know. That is where we should decide the amount we want. I guess it's okay to have 1,000 fuel cells on the planet. I really don't know how fast we will be eating those up. Where the heck are those things anyway? But I guess we'll want some of them in there, then some of them in here. That can be the full 500. $500 in there. Okay, we'll go 1k. 2,000 fusion cells on the planet, why not? Alright. I do probably not really want repair packs at the moment. Of course, this is slightly suboptimal, I suppose. I gotta put the filter in there. Bad idea number 167. Come on, bots, build, 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 build. Okay, that went not too terrible. Hopefully those things have some hit points as well. Okay, and one of the chests is out of range by 1 tile. Are you kidding me? Alright, in that case, that's going to be a steel chest. We can feed all 3 of the reactors, so now we just gotta let the logistics bots feed them, and oh, we still gotta insert the fluid, but that should be fine. Four is literally a bot flight. Okay, here comes the 3 heroic bots. No? Okay, there they come. They all get inserted. Alright, so then we just need some fluid, which we can do from a safe distance. Not very safe. Why is this chest damaged? Alright, let's go stand over here. Empty the barrels. There we go. Is that all? That's all. Four per second, so we do need some speed modules in there. Alright, that was easy. I have no idea how much fluid to put in there. I think 1 stack of barrels is enough, really. Put the second stack in. Okay, 1 more bot flight and the thing is built. Now I got 5 types of power on Novis and all of them are getting used. Steam power, fusion power just started, accumulators, nuclear and solar. I hope the pipes will resist the impact over here. That kinda deletes the light bulb, So we're gonna have to hope, I suppose. That's exactly in the trajectory where I'm flying. We might need some quality pipes. So hard to see if these things are actually working. All of them are rotating. Seems. It looks like we're good. Alright. Fusion power on Novis. That should probably finally fully alleviate the steam engines though. They're already alleviated now because mining productivity only needs 4 out of the 12 science packs compared to all 12. So how is military science doing? We should be building up again. Slowly. 31k. I think the stone patches are running out. I guess mining productivity should help with that a little bit. But military science has been in decline. Because of the stone situation. Like every time a mining drill runs out, we drop a little bit. That's something that's gonna need to be fixed still. I guess the final science packs, which we still need to make it 1800 SPM, is not Prometheum science, not Aquilo science or something, not Fulgora science. No, it's simply the plain old military science, because up until now, military science was an occasional science pack which we used to research some of the military technologies we needed. So it never needed to be fully upgraded like the other science packs, so we didn't. It does now look like we need to upgrade military science to 1800 SPM as well, since if we wanna go full on research productivity, that is millions and millions of military science in a row. So that might be another goal. Problem is stone. It's not really a problem anymore since we can access new terrain now by fighting more biters. Fittingly, we need to fight biters to make more military science. But stone patches are kinda thinly spread around the planet. I kind of feel like in the olden days you needed a lot less stone and coal compared to iron and copper. So iron and copper was always generated in bigger patches. Even if you have settings for all patches the same, iron and copper will generate bigger than coal and especially stone. Maybe not coal, but stone for sure. Stone is way sparser than the other ones. But then came Space Age with the foundries which reduced the cost of iron and copper for science by a factor of 10. But the same is not true for purple science and military science, which use ton of stone, and stone is nowhere to be found, on Novis at least not in these quantities we require. So yeah, we might actually want to postpone going 1800 military SPM until we've got like legendary Mark III productivity modules to, and some levels of mining productivity to elongate the life of the stone patches a little bit. Moving it over to Vulcanus can be done. It's not as great as an option as I would want, since the amount of coal and tungsten available on the planet is nicely balanced around creating the Vulcan science pack. If we import the plastics, if we don't import the plastics, we need like at least 8 times. Which means we don't really want to spend the coal for grenades for military science here either. Even though we can get a stone for walls for free, so that's the dilemma. Purple science is a good fit for Vulcanus, because the stone requirement, especially on top of military science, the stone requirement for purple science is a couple times higher than for military science. There was no way 1800 SPM on Novis is possible, since we don't get any discounts on the stone with the foundries. Almost none at all. And purple science requires only a limited amount of coal. All of that coal goes into, almost all of the coal goes into plastics. So we're shipping those in from Novis. And that way we keep stuff nicely, we keep the available resources nicely balanced. I think though 1800 SPM for military science is going to have to come from Novis. So there's a stone. There are a couple 8 million patches around, but mostly they are kind of smaller if you compare that to iron. It doesn't look, am I just talking out of my bottom? No, it does definitely seem like the iron patches are way richer. Like here we got like a couple million per patch. Whereas iron is 18 million, 11 million, 25 million. Are the stone patches just more? I don't think there are more stone patches compared to iron patches. The patches are just smaller. We got a couple high yield patches which we can access. Just by simply doing more biter combat. Walling with the laser zoom, the laser strategy. Yeah, this game is very unique in both its beauty and mechanics and engine behind all of it. Okay, we missed the moment the Aquilo ship returned. I think though that's almost 2000 cells already. So we'll get another load on board. Alright, so I think that's going to be about it then. How does the so solar has priority over fusion? What about nuclear? I think nuclear and fusion are drawn from equally, it seems. According to how many things you've got built. But the shape of the graph is the same. That's approximately what we wanted then. Using 600 megawatts from the fusion generator at peak power, which is good. That means we can actually draw a little bit more power from Novis. What I should do then is deconstruct the temporary nuclear plants. I kind of like this design. So let me just put it somewhere in there for now. Maybe I should just keep the nuclear plants as well. They're kind of just slotted in the middle, but okay, let's make the end of stream save, and then we'll deconstruct to see if we like it or not. Alright, 356, so, and 100 used ones. So we were not in danger yet of running out. There is no critical power line connecting this question. The power line goes there as well. So I don't think so. Okay, here we go. And it's gone. But also, The oil pipe was gone. Oh, okay, and the water pipe. The water pipe is fine. Did I accidentally deconstruct the engine belt? I deconstructed the engine belt as well. Yeah, I think the nuclear power plants were kind of in the way. Maybe the light bulb should have gone here instead, but that would be a bit harder to reconnect again with fuel cells. I think the Johnnies can enjoy their own personal power plant as well. Alright. So we'll deconstruct it for real then. Shoot it! Alright, we'll shoot it for the end of stream. Fine. I guess I think it's gonna be spectacular. But since everybody and their grandma can now... There's not enough damage. Oh, my weapon damage is so puny. It's just not funny. They are not hot enough to explode. Because everybody can just quite easily just regulate the insertion of new fuel cells these days. So unfortunately, no nuclear explosions for us today. Unless, of course, we use one ourselves. Thanks everybody for watching. And I hope I'll see you all next time.